What is up, YouTube? Playing with my phony dick here. It's 8 o'clock. It's Sunday, and you've now embarked on a hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined, and I will try to infotain you for a little while. This one goes out to my boy, Dead Set Anime. I can't undo it now. I can't undo it now. It's not black coffee, but it's weird. Actually, tastes pretty good. So, what's good, Swift? What's good to my like of me Bang, Pennsylvanian brother from another mother. Sorry. So, where are we at today? Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Stop it. This week has been a little interesting. Not in geekdom necessarily, because listening to all the fallout from Tron Ares has been mildly entertaining. Mildly. No, the movie wasn't good. It was the easiest way to describe it for those who have not seen it is that it was a bait and switch. It was a Mary Sue movie. If you watched Tron and liked it, if you watched Tron Legacy and liked it, don't expect that to be what the third movie was. They might as well have called it a reboot, but it's kind of in the name that way because it's called Tron Ares, which is a new character, and not Tron something else coming after what happened in Legacy. It wasn't like called Tron the Next Generation and no shit like that. First part of the movie, Sam Flynn is removed from the story, and you were introduced to Eve Kim and her sister Tess, which I heard some reviewers say that they were not sisters, they were lesbians. I can see that. Because they never explained where their parents had went. And they never explained why she was so bound and how a CEO ship would switch from sister to sister in a company that they didn't start. They have no blood relation to the people that started the company. Technically, neither did Flynn. But it's well known that it's his company. I don't know how they got the majority shares to become CEO or who on the board voted for him. I don't know any of that shit. You just know they're smart and they're there and they own it. Now, listening to all this commentary, this conversation about Tron Ares is because we weren't having that conversation here. I had to resort to listening to other people talk about it because we weren't having that conversation here because As so often happens within our community, we are behind and not keeping up. So we have nothing but emotion to put in on the conversation because we haven't watched the material and we don't think about it at all. Which makes me feel better about doing a stream I did last week that I did about space stuff. Other conversations we ain't all involved in. Now, for those of you that it did resonate with, I'm glad. I hope that gave you something to pay attention to, like the rest of the world is. That's happening right now. That's above who got shot this week in Vallejo and why they did and how tragic it was. I can say this, people always get shot, and it's almost always senseless. You feel that bad about it, turn in the motherfuckers who did the shooting. Because they obviously don't need to be running loose in the wild. Just saying. Now, some of the conversations I heard was not a part of, which kind of bums me out because I like talking about this stuff in deeper context. Is that maybe they were lesbians? Maybe they were. I can't help but think about this movie and think about what I saw in this movie and how it went and who produced it in terms of the company that it came from, to not think this sounds like some KK shit. It does. Like, someone made the distinction of calling Eve Kim the Ray Skywalker. Excuse me. I hate saying that shit. The Ray Palpatine of this shit. Yes, I could see that totally. Could totally see that. Which also made me think about some things that were in the movie that were weird parallels to that destroyed franchise that is Star Wars. One, we have a lead character that is just good at everything for no fucking reason at all. She can ride motorcycles, she can ride light cycles, which she has never seen before, mind you. She can do all of this stuff without any reasoning as to why. How? But at the same time, is constantly trying to morph her into doing exactly what Sam Flynn had did in Tron Legacy. Weird. Just like they trying to magic eraser Sam out of there and stencil in Eve, which is an apt name if you understand what happened in the Garden of Eden. They might as well called Ares Adam. It would have worked the same way. He was the first man to come out of the digital space, right? Why didn't they call him Adam? They were calling her Eve. I guess Athena could have been Lilith. Don't know. It probably would have ruffled some black women's feathers, but who gives a fuck? Now, you have this character going on a journey to find something, the Pinocchio Code, as I called it. against a rival company that didn't exist before. This is a misnomer in this movie. The Dillinger Company did not exist before. Didn't. Dillinger worked at Incom in the first movie. He worked at Incom. And he was somebody who stole Kevin Flynn's ideas and hid it in the grid, Incom's grid, because there's a distinction to be made there. In Incom's grid, by use of an AI system called the Master Control System. That's the computer program that talks to him and tells him what the fuck is going on. As people have pointed out, this is the system that blackmails Dillinger to keep doing what he's doing once they find out that Kevin Flynn is in the system. That's what went after Kevin Flynn inside the system, kept sending programs, Sark and stuff like that out to do shit because the Master Control ran Sarek. Kevin Flynn got digitized into the Incom grid, where all the information on that mainframe is, because that's all the grid is. The grid is the digital space that your mainframe creates. It's inside of your mainframe. It's the world. So it's not the internet. It's just the mainframe. And you being able to go into said mainframe, digitized wise. That's why he went in there, or that's why he got pulled in there. He was looking for the information that proved he created those games that Dillinger was taking credit for. That's why the events of that first movie, the things he did, were all games that he created. That's why him being in there was such a surprise to the programs. Mind you, all these things are programs in there because he was not a program. He was a user. He was somebody from our world who made those programs. Just like Sarek. Just like the Master Control. Even though Master Control didn't like hearing that shit. No user created me. Now, in this Tron Ares movie, since Dillinger in the first movie did not have his own company, he worked at Incom. He was thrown out of Incom after Kevin Flynn came out with the evidence or the proof that he created these games, and they tossed him out and he took control of Incom. He became the CEO of Incom. Dillinger's ass was thrown out. The fact that by the second movie, Dillinger still didn't have his own company. Edward Dillinger, his son, who was working at Incom in Kevin Flynn's absence, with Alan on the board, the person who created the Tron program, was there. He's working at Incom. No company, just working there. And he was making a new OS. No Master Control program because that was destroyed. Right? Okay. Sam goes into the system to find his father, finds his father. Been there the whole time. Stuck there because another program he created, Clue, kind of ran amok because it's fulfilling the program that he gave it to build the perfect system. And it did that from the knowledge base that Kevin Flynn had at the time. And that's why it looked like him. It just kept following it out. and he was the problem. So that's why Kevin stayed, to keep Clue trapped there. Because the doorway into our world only opens one way, from the outside. And Kevin wasn't going to let Clue out, off of that mainframe. So he stayed there. But what he discovered in all that time were the ISOs, isometric algorithms. These were programs that he did not create. They emerged on their own. The program he did create, Clue, didn't like that shit. Didn't like them. Wiped them out. And then just start repurposing programs because that's what was in his power to do, because he couldn't make programs because he's not a user. He doesn't make programs. You can repurpose them, can't make them. Limitations. And he built the army. Because the same way that Kevin Flynn was talking about the future was in the grid, was inside of this system, Clue was telling everybody their future is outside of this grid in the world. Kevin gets to meet his son Sam. Sam gets to meet Cora, the last ISO. And Kevin realizes the error of his ways and reintegrates Clue into himself, destroying himself, because he cannot survive the process of reintegration. Now, for me, I think that's kind of bullshit because he's in a digital realm anyway, so his age should not really matter. Even though he was the only thing that was old in there. He was the only thing that was old inside that program, because the understanding is he was a human being digitized into that world. But as a human being, you're digitized. I don't think your age matters now. To me, maybe he just popped back out in the real world. I don't know. Or his data is somewhere scattered inside of that mainframe. Right? Energy not being displaced, but not being destroyed. Who knows? Either way, I really enjoyed Tron Legacy. Now, understanding that both of these movies happen within the Incom grid kind of gets you to understanding what's happening or supposed to be happening in Tron Ares, because now the Dillingers have their own company and the Dillingers are rivaling Incom, but they're both looking for the same thing. Now, the difference here is that the Dillinger company has a grid, right? Their mainframe, which is all red and shit, and Ares runs it. The misnomer here is that not Jordan Peterson, Evan Peters' character of Dillinger, he is the grandson, which would make him Edward Dillinger's from the Tron Legacy's nephew. If you can follow that. He is now the CEO of the Dillinger company that was previously ran by his mother, which would have been Edward Dillinger's sister. We never knew about Edward. We never knew about this sister. So it makes no difference that we don't know about the grandson either. Like, Dillinger was such a great man. He wasn't. He wasn't. But it's a name that carries over from the series. That's what they're using. They're the antagonists. They're the antagonists. Well, they've made their own grid. They made their own character, and Ares is that character. Should have been Adam, right? It will go with the Eve theme. Might be too religious, But whatever. Anyway, this younger Dillinger, which I'm forgetting his first name, but it doesn't fucking really matter, creates this Ares character and trains it on their grid. Puts them through all types of scenarios, fighting scenarios, where he dies and comes back and dies and comes back and dies and comes back. And he remembers all of this stuff. So kind of like Naruto doing shadow clones and having them train. And then when they destroy, he takes all that knowledge into himself. He learns. He's a program. He's a learning AI program. Fine. Now the misnomer comes in where Dillinger calls Ares master control. That's a misnomer, right? Because in the first Tron movie, master control was the AI that told the other programs what to do inside the Incom grid. It talked to Sarek and gave Sarek marching orders. And Sarek went out there and tried to hunt down and kill Kevin Flynn. But master control also talked to Dillinger on the computer, let him know what was happening. Let him know I have him in the grid. He will die in the games. He was letting the user know what happened. What was going on? He was running the show. In Tron Ares doesn't really run the show. So he shouldn't be called master control. Even though they keep having Dillinger pop in a very godlike way, a face in the clouds kind of way, talk to Ares. Ares don't really seem like he runs shit because everybody else know about it. In the first Tron movie, everybody else didn't know about Dillinger. They only dealt with master control. All the other programs only dealt with master control. They never saw Dillinger. They knew shit about no damn Dillinger. That's why master control got pissy when they were saying that even you might have had a user. And he was like, nobody created me. Aaron. This movie, master control is just a name thrown around that, Dillinger throws on people like a name tag, like you're just a shift supervisor. Get these motherfuckers on program. Star Wars. Now, because the Dillingers actually believe that the future of the world hinges on finding this permanence code and pulling these digital beings out into the real world, they create these huge 3D printers that can print, apparently, living organisms, or at least digital organisms, that can touch and feel and have computer eyesight like they're Terminators and shit, out of, I guess, carbon into the real world. And I say carbon because of how they de-res in the real world. They just turn to like dust, like vampires. Good thing Jared Leto had his long hair. To me, that would be carbon or something like that, even though 3D printers work off plastics or some kind of polymers or some shit, right? They didn't know either. So me not knowing is not a surprise because the people in the movie didn't know either because they didn't put that shit in there to explain it. Lasers just do it. That's what they got from the first Tron movie. Well, lasers just do it. Well, yeah, a laser erased the guy, turned him into digital code and threw him in the computer. It's not exactly how it works in reverse. It has to come from something. Anyway, them being outside of this, in this world, being able to feel and see and interact with actual objects is interesting. It's an interesting leap to make in a sci-fi movie. Excuse me. But it seems pretty limited. Now, the understanding of that there are in this movie 3 grids is just the understanding that one company has their own mainframe, which is their grid, which is the Dillinger grid, which is red. The Incom grid, because it's another company with its own mainframes, is the current day Incom grid built on top of the original Tron and Tron Legacy grid. Their mainframes. You just scaled up in the future, right? They're built on top of that. Those are the ones that are blue. Incom blue. So the scene that you get with Dillinger hacking into the Incom grid, like he could always fucking do that by himself, shouldn't be. That's a computer company. Think you need more than one person to do that. Him hacking into that grid and you being able to see what's happening in the grid, which is Ares and his team breaking into the Incom grid, that was actually cool. To me, that's where the movie should have stayed. The movie should have stayed right there. You could have got this upper level stuff that was happening outside the world, but everything that happened outside the world should have been feeding into what you see happening inside the grid. The industrial espionage part, these motherfuckers breaking in and taking files and shit and nuking each other, dude, that part was actually awesome. That's what I would have wanted to see. An invasion of the Dillinger grid into the Incom grid, trying to steal all their data. Like seeing a cyber attack, but you're there watching it, not just hearing about it. Like, why does my PIN code not work? What's up with this? Oh, it was a data breach. Wow, that sounds severe. No, you actually see it. You actually see what the data breach was. The data breach was 6 ninjas climbing up the side of a building and breaking into a window and coming in there stealing your shit. That would have been interesting. That would have been fascinating for people to keep jumping in their mind state to understanding what's happening in the real world and what it really translates to happening on this grid between 2 companies. You could have got some spy versus spy shit going on in there. That would have been awesome. That would have been a better movie than Light Cycles running around in the real world. I told you, yeah, it was cool for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, it was cool. And then I was over it. I was like, dude, I grew up watching Automan. I know what this looks like in the real world. I've seen it before. I understand there's generations that haven't seen it before, but I have. So it's not that goddamn interesting to me. Yeah, beastly cyber warfare. This is what you do. This is how you write this shit. I don't see how they took so long to make this goddamn movie and apparently didn't have anybody who understood computers writing it. You take these concepts that you have right now, cyber warfare, a cyber attack, a data breach. You take all of this shit and you put it into this and you just show what it looks like in the digital world. You can still have Ares. He is the god of war, right? Then we should be seeing some war shit happen. I don't need to see him touching and feeling his emotions because he saw raindrops. That's not Ares. That would be Adam, born into a new world. My creator created me, and this is the world that I'm in. Oh, look, Eve, I think I might like her. That's what that would be. But for a movie called Tron's Ares, I got very little war. I guess I'm supposed to consider it warfare happening because I saw some jets. 2. That don't mean shit. That's an interception. That's all that means. Bro, if some weird shit flies overhead a city, a major metropolitan city, you can best believe the closest air base is going to scramble 2 fighters to see what the fuck is going on up there. 2, they gonna show up armed for bear to see are they hostile or what. We giving a look see, and if they act squirrely, we gonna blow their ass away. Threat neutralized. That's what they there for. Getting that in this movie, that wasn't war, and it wasn't even Ares doing it. It was supposed Athena, Lilith. That's what I'm calling her. She Lilith. Bitter bitch. What up, to Triv and Beastly? So, to me, I forgot what clip I was going to look up real quick. Shit. I lost it. Stream of consciousness, yo. Stream of consciousness. That would have been more interesting. That would have been where the movie should have laid. That Dillinger constantly sending Ares out on these missions to break in to the Incom grid. Repeated cyber attacks, and the Incom grid having to marshal their forces and fight against them. And maybe you introduce that isometric life forms or algorithms, not life forms, have started to reemerge since Kevin Flynn reintegrated himself with Clue, and the Incom grid has been rebuilt. It started populating again. If you can have Ares as an advanced AI program, you can have some other AI programs pop up because you already know Sam and Cora are still around. And Cora is already out in the real world, being a real girl. So you didn't need to have to take that from her and throw it onto this Ares character like he's the first. He's the second. He's the second. And he ain't even an ISO. What up, studio? He's just a program. Artificial, intelligent, but a program, which would make him a little bit lesser than a master control program. The only difference is master control in the Tron movie told Dillinger what he was doing. The master control in Tron Ares was taking orders from Dillinger. Dillinger was telling him what to do. Works a little different. And when Dillinger got pissy, he took that title and threw it on another program that shouldn't be any more advanced than Ares, the AI program. She wasn't. We don't know if Ares created Athena or if Athena was created by Dillinger. You don't know. But it's just a title that can be thrown on her, and now she's the most powerful. Now she's master control. Get the fuck out of here. I saw that shit and I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. The bed wench gets to run the world. And she out there doing white zaddies. She's out there doing white zaddies bidding. Chasing around a little Asian bitch. Asian hate. I guess it does exist somewhere. Interesting. Now, because the movie didn't linger in that place of corporate espionage, cyber attack, like Beasley was saying in here, cyber warfare. It came out to the real world where you can have a less interesting fucking story about how Ares, not Adam, which he should be, is more interested in the real world and how he wants to be out in the real world. I want to be where the people are. It was dumb. That's where it was really dumb. Now, video game cyber warfare, since Tron is supposed to be a video game, your hackers could have also been gamers. So Ares would be a created character. Could have been. They're still talking about Space Paranoids, an 8-bit game from the 80s. Yeah, Beasley. Look, you ain't a programmer. I'm not a programmer. I've done programming. I'm not a programmer. We're both gamers. That would have been more interesting. That would have been more interesting. Instead of them trying to lift shit from Ready Player One and some of these other video game movies, they already had their own concept. Tron was a video game character. He was the hero character. He was the protector. And what's missed in all of this shit that I was pissed off about is like, look, man, I saw Tron fall into that digital water and turn blue again. That means he went back to the light side. Where the fuck is Tron? I was waiting to see him come back. I was like, okay, he blue now. Okay. Where is he? He didn't derez. He turned back to his natural color. And what did he say? I fight for the users. He remembered who the fuck he was. Where's Tron? We just gonna forget about that shit? He died a hero? He didn't die. He didn't derez. It's a video game. If you didn't derez, you ain't going nowhere. Plain and simple. You could have had, if you really wanted a war, you could have had Ares from the Dillinger system fighting Tron in the Incom system because that's what Tron did. He protected. He was a protection program. He could have jumped out there with the 2 disc and Ares could have showed up with the triangle and they could have had it out. I'd have been down for that. That would have been awesome. Right back in the digital world. You get the gamers and the hackers trying to stop this shit, and then you got the Incom side trying to attack the system, and then you go inside the system and see what's actually happening. That shit would have been awesome. Would have been fucking awesome. It would have been similar, but not like the Matrix going in and out of the real world and into the digital world. It wouldn't have looked like the Matrix at all because nobody's wearing black leather. Nobody's wearing black leather and sunglasses. They don't need to use a bunch of automatic weapons. But you see them having these fights in this world that blows your mind, and then you understand what's happening on the real world side of like, okay, well, maybe Incom is like, Google. And people's cell phones, this shit is shortened out. Can't get a signal. What's up with the signal? You see them jumping, these programs jumping through all this technology, having this war. Ares, right? What up, Charles? Ares himself is in here. That would have been interesting. But that's not what we got. What we got is the need for one supposed superior soldier program wanting to be a real boy just because he felt raindrops. He had feelings. Ugh. And one little Asian chick needed his help to get this code so she could make her company rich, making fake carbon fruit. I'm still of the mind I wouldn't eat that shit. I wouldn't touch that stuff. You can make me a house, you can make me a weapon, you can make I guess a lifelike looking statue, but ultimately that's not real. There can be no nutritional value that works with your human biology for you to be eating any of that shit. I think should be like eating cement. As soon as it's inside your liquid body and mixes with that liquid, it hardened up and you died. That didn't make any sense. Permanence or not. The permanent code is a MacGuffin in and of itself. It's just the Pinocchio code to make Ares a real boy, which is why it should have been called Adam, because he did very little war. Very little war. Now, the movie that we got, which was the black woman going bad because the white boy wanted to leave her. And so another white boy promoted her and sent her ass after him to take him out. And the Asian chick, because they could be a thing. They weren't. She displayed no romantic energy, no heterosexual energy for a digital guy. No, not at all. For advanced that he's supposed to be, Data in the next generation got more ass than Tron Ares would ever get. And we knew Data was fake. So we get this whole thing about one company is good, the other company is bad, and we need this code to save this, and she's the key to everything. A la Ray. Black chick rolls into town with her two hinge people and a recognizer, which looks cool. I showed up to the movie to see this recognizer showing up in downtown. But one of the other reviewers pointed it out. It was just a kaiju at that point. Like, yeah, you got it right. It did have that Mecha Godzilla feel. It did have a Mecha Godzilla feel. I was just jazzed about seeing it in the real world and thinking about the special effects, how they did it and shit like this. Oh, that's kind of interesting. That would be terrifying. Against a black sky at night, that would be kind of terrifying. Like, what in the fuck? Is this a first contact situation or what? But the problem with all that is this. All of that shit is very recognizable to any military person who, saw Dillinger's presentation. It would be very fucking obvious where they came from. Very obvious. Like, yeah, that's Dillinger tech. We need to go deal with Dillinger about that. They should have been there like within hours. They couldn't have been that far away. Excuse me. That should have been immediate. Like tanks and vehicles showing up to their factory. Like, shut it down or we're going to blow this place up. It should have been obvious. Nothing happened. You got two jets. So much for a war. That's not even a skirmish. Not really. Especially when you got two chicks flying around in Centurion suits, power extreme. They got little suits that turn them into flying jets. It's like, oh, that's cool, but I like that in the Centurions cartoon a lot better. That's not Ace McCloud. What the fuck? What were we doing? Cool, but okay. And like I said, I've seen Ottoman before. That was the link I was looking for. For all of you are not as old as I am. For all of you who are not as old as I am and wouldn't remember this shit unless somebody old like me mentioned it and you had to go and look for it, you probably wouldn't even know how to fucking spell it. Just because I like sharing. Tron was made in 82. On the hype of that, this was 83. Desi Arnaz Jr. My God. Oh, look, it's Cursor. Oh, I got a box set of that shit. I should get that. There you go. That was Ottoman, 83. If you watch Tron Ares, you saw the same shit. That's why I wasn't jazzed about the light cycles running through downtown. I've seen that before. Seen it before. It was not new. And what you could see in Ottoman, Cursor, the little thing floating around, which would be a bit in Tron, redesigned his vehicle for whatever he wanted. He turned it from a car to a helicopter. And he drove like he was in a video game at 90-degree fucking angles, just like those fucking light cycles were supposed to. It just didn't leave, contrails behind it. Jet walls. Didn't need to. You were 6 years old when I came out. Well, we've established that you're younger than some of us, Rosie. I was old. No, I'm not playing throwbacks, Charles. I'm actually talking about something. So that just gets you into the mind state of understanding that what you're seeing in Tron was not necessarily new. This movie, as much as it seemed like this was a KK influence project, looks a lot like, Rise of Skywalker, not Rise of Skywalker, Force Awakens. Looks a lot like that. We're just taking from the established character and giving it to these new characters. And it has to be girl bosses and feminism and no romance and none of that shit in it. And there can't be any real fighting in this shit, even though it's called Tron War. Right? Because that's what Ares is. No, I have to see the quest for this digital program to become a real boy. Pinocchio from Disney. Now, by the time you get to the end of this, you have this Tron Ares movie. You have the same shit you had at the end of Legacy. Ares is real. He stops the threat. He beat the black chick, but he did have a little sympathetic moment with her because he feels. And she dereses like I'm watching Blade 2. Like, are we saying goodbye to a vampire? What the fuck is this? Whew, she just missed it away. It's like, this is from another movie. Which is where it finally solidified for me. Like, this is all Kathleen Kennedy, stock and trade. This is the same shit she does. All of this shit in here was taken from other movies. And that's why the story don't hold together for shit. It's modern day Disney-fied Tron. Now, this unremarkable woman is in charge of the biggest company in the world with technology that is using to feed people and do all this other stuff, which makes no sense for a video game company. Their grid is safe. The Dillinger grid has been kind of wiped clean. Kind of. They dropped what in essence would have been a tactical nuke inside their system on that motherfucker. Okay. They kind of, bearing that bitch out. It's kind of, aftermath time. Young Dillinger, to escape punishment, penalization by the authorities, digitizes himself into the Dillinger grid and pops in there and finds a disc. Now, most people miss this. This is the master control disc. This is the disc that the original master control had given Sarek in the first movie. That's the disc that he had on his back. It looks kind of like Tron's disc from the first movie that had all the information in it that Alan programmed onto the disc so Tron would have it and have that information. But that's what it is. This is why when our Dillinger digitized into this world, to this Dillinger grid, grabs that disc, he turns into Sarek. That's why. Now, for me, I'm thinking that might be some remnants of the original Master Control program, which would be ready to come back and have some fucking war. It would be. Now, how that program would have gotten into the Dillinger grid, understanding that the Incom grid and the Dillinger grid are two separate fucking things, don't know. They'd have to flesh that out. But it would be an interesting concept that now a war actually does start. And the Ares, which it should have been, would be the Dillinger turned into the Sarek character inside the digital world. He would be the Ares. He would now take on the pseudonym, the moniker of being the god of war. Inside that system, going to war against Incom in a fourth movie. That would be interesting to me. That ain't what we got. That's not what we got. No. Nah, bro. You got to get that she turned the company around and went out there and tried to feed the world. Fake fruit and vegetables. Oh, goody. So we were just there to make your company rich. Oh, I get it. Got it. It's just about you being enriched. Company good. Shit was lame. It was lame. Ares being in the real world and riding off on his motorcycle because he's now looking for Cora in the world. Well, I thought he was the first. Who was he looking for then? And why is he looking for her? Why does he even know about her? Getting a ride off on Kevin Flynn's Ducati? Oh, you just gonna give him all the other guys shit. This is like some Star Wars shit, right? Oh, and you got to give her Luke's lightsaber too. Why does she need Luke's lightsaber? Because it's the handoff. This series of bad ideas to me could, in some ways, could only come from one source because we've seen it done before in Star Wars. The same dumb shit, the same dumb storytelling. Now you could look higher and say, yeah, but it's all Disney. The only part that I think is really Disney at heart is turning that into a Pinocchio story. The same way they turned Alien Earth, another fucking franchise that they just took over, into Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, the Neverland. That's to me what I see as being Disneyfied. The multiple writers and stuff like that, and the shitload of producers and stuff, and you can't get anybody to write it, and people laughing. That's like, damn, was this Star Wars? Were they making this in the Star Wars universe? Because that's the same shit that always happens over there. I didn't hear that happening on the Alien Earth show, but I definitely heard it happening on this show, this movie. Why? Now her name is nowhere on it, but this to me reeks of her fucking thinking. Because who else do they have there at Disney to push this female bullshit? To replace every character, every male character with a female. Who? And turn it into a bomb. And not in a good way. Look, man, there are female characters running around all over the place. Right? None of them are being written as bad as this one. Gen V got a bunch of female characters in it. I would say even Little Cricket is being in this season. And you know how problematic I think that is, that they're not utilizing her enough. Is being written better than this character of Eve in this goddamn Tron Ares movie. Now, this might just be beating a dead horse, but this is me just telling you more than what I said in my damn review. This is why this movie was not good to me. That it missed an opportunity. And the opportunity was to show you what real world things can happen in the digital space, what it looks like to happen in the digital space on somebody's mainframe. Because mind you, all of this shit could happen on the Incom or Dillinger mainframe. It don't necessarily have to affect the whole world. Don't. It's only happening in their mainframe. But if you make one of these mainframes like the Google or something like that of their time, where they stretch everywhere, then it becomes more important, right? Like the theme from the first Tron movie, that information is free. It's free. It's out there for everyone to use. not proprietary. That's the part they missed in Legacy. I mean, excuse me, in Ares, because they wanted this shit proprietary to them. Now we're rooting for the company to take control of all of this shit. Before, Ken's mode was that information in this technology should be open. In Legacy, you saw the same thing. That's why Sam broke into Incom, his father's company, and gave away their new iOS for free because it's supposed to be free. You're rooting against the company or the people who were running the company at that time. You know, the Dillinger who made that iOS and just wanted to control everything and sell it high as fuck to people. What do we do new this year? We put a 12 on the box. That shit. He threw that shit out to the wild and made it free so everybody had it and nobody had to pay for it. That was the point. The point of those two Tron movies. Not the point of this last one. The last one, they wanted proprietary over this technology that should be free for everybody. Because that's what Kevin Flynn was about. You got the perversion of that idea in Tron Ares. Now you get to pay for it. But we'll make you some fruit that in no way could sustain your biological body. So, you can watch the movie. You know, you can enjoy the explosions, the fights, the lights, and all of that. It will play like Spectrum Kid Theater for you. It will. It's flashing lights and colorful objects. Wow. Ooh. It'll play really good for that. Do not scratch the surface. If you do that even a little bit, you will find it lacking. Now, the rough part about this is that, and I heard this from some other commenters, is about, goddamn, my ears look big like this. Probably shouldn't frame them like that. How much Jared Leto's career is going to take a hit for this? And I have forgot something. I don't know anything about the Jared Leto controversy or whatever that he approached some women or some shit like that. I don't know anything about that shit. I don't. I'm trying to let actors have their lives. And I'm not apt to just up and believe anything because it's said. Now, be it true or not, his acting career has nothing to do with that. As far as the movies that he's picked to be in, I heard it said that Hollywood needs to understand he is not a leading man. Huh. Interesting. To me, he's about as much of a leading man as Ryan Gosling is. And I like Ryan Gosling. But Ryan Gosling has the same fucking blank face every time I see him. I loved him in The Notebook. But Ryan Gosling always has the same fucking face. Drive was the one that solidified it for me that Ryan Gosling does not have any other emotions. The Gray Man was the first time I seen him doing something other than giving that same fucking face. Now, maybe people just still have that haze on their eyes when they see Ryan Gosling because he was in La La Land, so you know he can dance. And he was in The Notebook, so you know he looks hot, wet with a shirt on. I don't fucking know, dude. But he has about the same level of blank face as Jared Leto. And he's a leading man. He was even in the Barbie movie. He was even in the Fall Guy trying to act cool with Emily Blunt. He got the same face. You know the best part that I like about Ryan Gosling, because I do like him as an actor. He can't act. I like his wife. That motherfucker got good taste. We got the same taste because he's still married to Ava Mendes. You got good taste, Ryan. I'd have snatched her up. That's what me and Ryan Gosling get down. We got the same taste, bro. Fist bump. Yeah. We good. We good, man. like bullshit. He had leading man power. Jared Leto been a solid actor. Now I forgot about a role he did when I was thinking of the bombs that he has had back to back. Yeah, he had that blank face since Young Hercules. Yeah, the same blank wood face. Come on, man. Ryan Gosling don't emote. So they told me that's why they said he's in a Star Wars movie. He's in the Star Wars Starfighter movie coming up, right? And he ain't doing nothing but the same shit Obi-Wan was doing. Shuttling some kid to somebody else. Fuck! I've seen that. In Boba Fett. And unfortunately, the Obi-Wan show. KK thinking. He gonna still have the same face in that shit. There's so much going on below the surface. No, it's not. No, it's not. Anyway, the string of failures that Jared Leto's face has been associated with. I had forgot one. I had forgotten about Suicide Squad. Now, mind you, I did not like the way his Joker looked. I did not. As long as I didn't see them tattoos and them fucking grills, I was fine. He could look like a Joker. Tall, kind of gangly looking, unsettling. Because he was. He was unsettling. He was an unsettling Joker. And it seemed like his method worked because the people on camera with him looked unsettled, which they should. It's the fucking Joker, dude. Everybody in the DC universe knows he's not warm and cuddly. They are uneased by him. Even the villains. They invite him to the party because you don't want to not invite him to the party and have him do some shit that fucks up the party. No, you invite him. Because he'll take that personal if you don't get an invite. And all of y'all villain career could be over that day. So we invite him, but I don't trust that motherfucker at all. You watch him. And I'm going to watch myself. No. The tattoos, the grills, I didn't like that. I don't like that at all. The rest of it, no, I kind of bought that. That was fine. I just didn't like the presentation of him. Namely, the tats and the teeth. Didn't like that. Other than that, I thought he was a fine Joker. Joker has a lot of different depictions. And I don't think, since I already know that the Heath Ledger Joker is just Brandon Lee's Crow, it was a good performance, but I've already seen that performance too. So I don't hold it up there like nobody can beat this. You can't beat a man that's dead. You can't compete against a dead man. Let him be dead. Jared Leto did his Joker his way, and his Joker stands on his own because you can't compare it to Heath Ledger's. Just like you don't compare Heath Ledger's to Jack Nicholson's. It's different Jokers, motherfucker. different actors' representations of the Joker. And the only one out of the three I mentioned, you can see where they got their reference from, which was Brandon Lee's Crow. So, no, I didn't like the presentation, but I didn't mind his Joker. I forgot all about that when I was thinking about failures that he's been a part of. So it was Tron Ares, the Suicide Squad, and Morbius. Ugh. And there's a fourth one. What's the fourth one that I'm thinking of? Because apparently he's done one for everybody. DC, Marvel, Disney. He got a fourth one coming up that he's supposed to be Skeletor, which I forgotten about, that he was in the new Masters of the Universe movie as Skeletor. Like, oh. I hope the writing is better. Because that's the downfall of every one of the shows we talk about. When we think about failures, that Jared Leto has been a part of, they're all writing failures. It's not really acting failures, it's writing failures. The bad part is that he's just what they pushed the shit on. And they pushed this shitty ass writing behind them. Well, he don't write the movies and he don't direct them. He stands on his mark, remembers his lines, and try to emote with give them to you like they make some fucking sense or they're coming from a real person. I don't blame him for the movies. I don't blame his star power for the movie failing. He can't bring people to the box office. Disney can't bring people to the box office. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't think it's him. I don't think it's any of his outside personal shit either. I don't think it's that at all. Disney shit is not selling right now. There's very limited occasions today where Disney stuff has actually made money. Very few. Anthony Mackie can act and emote, but most people will tell you it was a fucking bomb. Captain America Brave New World was a bomb at the box office, and that was a Marvel movie. Is it because of Anthony Mackie or is it because of Disney and writing? Was it the script or the actor? He's not Jared Leto. He's not Ryan Gosling. Who's a better actor between Anthony Mackie and Ryan Reynolds? He made a movie too that made a shitload of money. His name is mixed up in some controversy. Why did it not hurt the movie any? Probably because the writing was better. And it wasn't a Disney project necessarily. They put up money for it. But Ryan had control of the writing. And argued with Disney the whole time he was doing it for what he wanted to put in the script and what they wanted to put in, and he fought to keep it out. He didn't want it Disney Marvel-fied. No, he didn't want none of that shit. And him fighting against it was proven right because Deadpool made a shitload of money. Yeah, they try to knock it saying, oh, it's just nostalgia bait. Shut up. All of this is nostalgia bait. A Tron Ares movie is nostalgia bait. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even fucking made it. You wouldn't have had to have Ares going back to the original grid and having them ride in the original light cycle and see Kevin Flynn again. Shut up. Disney has failed. Florence Pugh ain't a draw. She cute as shit to me. She not a draw? He was just in one of them big money making movies about a year or two ago. You know, Oppenheimer, Jan Draw, little B cups and everything. No, hmm. It is writing. Many people thought the Thunderbolts was good. I didn't, and I was looking forward to seeing Thunderbolts when they announced it. No, it wasn't that good. It wasn't. It missed an opportunity just to throw some characters out there and put a girl in front. They addressed mental health. No, they didn't. They pointed a finger at mental health and did nothing about it. Hug it out. The fuck? Right after I have to listen to you give Anthony Mackie all that shit about talking down a Hulk, you motherfuckers hug out the century? You got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me. That was awesome. No, it wasn't. Mm-mm. 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 They didn't even do a proper Goonies remake. Oh, what you didn't like Skeleton Crew? You didn't like Skeleton Crew? Because that was your Goonies remake, a la KK. That was your Goonies remake. Didn't like it? Well, like I said, Disney nowadays just steals from other properties. That's why every one of these damn projects looks like something else rolled up together because that is her fingerprint. That's all she knows how to do. Steal, repurpose, regurgitate. That's it. Wrap that shit up in a new package and try to give it back to you because people liked it in this other movie. Yeah, but other people liked the other movie because it was written better. Yeah, you could sample from a lot of shit, but a sample don't make a whole fucking song. You actually have to write some of your own lyrics. Yeah, what up, Lion? Like awesome? Yeah, not the word I would use. Not the word I would use either. And I saw this shit. Mm. I'm a fan of the actors. I'm a fan of the characters. That did not cut mustard, man. That did not cut mustard. Nope. Nope. I don't know. You can have your opinion just like I got mine. My opinion was that shit was not good. And I've watched that movie one time. And it got a chick I like looking at in it. I still only watched it once. That wasn't good. No. So I'm not for, at least in this Tron Ares sense, I'm not for blaming this shit on Jared Leto. I don't think his career should take a hit, but if Hollywood can find a way to shit on you, especially Disney can find a way to blame it on you as being a problem, then that's what they're going to do. Because they ain't blaming Greta Lee for the shit. Her acting was trash. Only thing she got on her is a cute face. But I had to look her up to see who the hell she was. And in every picture I saw, she got that same blank corpse face. I said, oh, she's a model? Since when have models been good actors? Or is this supposed to be the new not Ming Na Wen, but damn it. Now I just lost her name. I'm fucking getting old, yo. Michelle Yeoh. That's what I'm thinking of. She's supposed to be the Americanized Michelle Yeoh now. Old and beautiful with skin like porcelain. She cute. Her acting sucked. I didn't believe anything that was happening with her. I felt nothing watching her go through any of this shit. The most that could have seemed interesting was when her character Eve got sucked into the digital world. That didn't even resonate like there was any real stakes in it. Just so she can have a moment to be in the digital world. Like, wow, this is cool. So what? I already seen that race against water shit in Legacy. All y'all doing it. Give it to them again, shit. No, wasn't believable. But nobody's saying her career is getting ruined from this shit. No, Jared Leto is the one that's going to be ruined for a string of shitty movies. He didn't make, he didn't write, he didn't direct, but his career is ruined for that shit. That's why I said it must just be his picker. His picker must just be off. It must be really hard to be a working actor where you keep having to pick shitty ass movies to be in that have shit writing, but the studio is all behind it. That's probably the indication that you probably should talk to the writer. If there's a group of them, walk away. Walk the fuck away. The script has changed hands a couple of times. Walk the fuck away. This is the same advice I was giving to Mashallah Ali now. Look, man, after all this shit with Blade, trying to get this done for this long, how many different writers and stuff like that they've had, I don't blame him if he walk away. I don't. I don't blame him at all for walking away from this shit. It is a dumpster fire. And Marvel has no good designs for Blade. Besides replacing him with a chick. No. Just walk away. It's fine. You gave it the college try. You did it for the community, the culture. I get it. I totally get it. You will actually want an Oscar, dude. Fuck them people. Fuck them people. They can't get it together. Fuck it. Go somewhere else. Sign on and do Coogler's next movie. Maybe you can be in Sinners too. Shit. Two Trips said I could write a better movie about ninjas playing dominoes on Domino's pizza boxes with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live action movie playing in the background. You could. Corporate espionage, attacking each other, computer systems, that was interesting. Computer programs fighting for the freedom of the digital space, meaning the internet and online and stuff. That would be interesting. But they didn't have minds to write that shit, apparently. Apparently, they didn't. And I stand by what I said. If you gave this shit to Christopher Nolan, you could have got something like that. If you gave it to Jonathan Nolan, you could have got something like that. Denis Villeneuve would have turned out a hell of a Tron movie for you. It would have been slow as shit, but you would have been totally engrossed in what was going on. But I don't think you need to work with Disney. No. You got enough dealing with Warner Brothers and getting that Dune Messiah out. No. Yeah. If the movie has been in development hell for years, walk away. Bro, from what I understand how this process works, The actors get to read the script. That's how I understand the process works. You get to read the script. If you don't get to read the script, you get to sit down with the director or the writer, whoever the fuck is doing it, and they get to talk to you about their vision, what the movie is going to be, and whatever. You have to believe that they can pull this shit off in some sense or another, or it seems interesting enough to be a part of. Right? It's like, what's the story? I think it's Sean Connery or something like that. He was given a script for what was it like? Not Lord of the Rings, some other movie, and he didn't really get it. He didn't really get it. It's a little outside his wheelhouse. He didn't do it. The shit blew up to be a big success. He was like, "Oh, well, I wish I would have knew." He didn't get it, so he passed on it. You can't tell me Jared Leto was pitched these movies and got to read a script and still said, "Yes, I want to do this." No, somebody just pitched him an idea and couldn't deliver on the fucking idea. That's what I would believe. That's what I would believe. The number of hands the script has been through, it's a script by committee. I told y'all over 2 years ago on this channel, talking on this very microphone, I don't think these series need writing rooms anymore. You need singular visions. You need singular visions. The writer, the director possibly interpreting what the writer wrote, or the writer is the director. You can have one extra person help you write this shit to bounce ideas off of. Other than that, that is fucking it. You do not need a writing room. This is not a fucking sitcom. This is not late night television hosting. If you need that many goddamn brains to write one fucking script, you're all retarded. Each of you is bringing a tenth of intelligence. And that's why you have so many cobbled together ideas from other movies, because that's all the fuck you got in your head. Why don't you start dealing with people who actually live some fucking life and look at more than their genitals and their feelings to give you a story that can elevate the human condition or resonate with the human condition, because they're actually living in the real world being fucking humans and not NPCs. The best stories that have been made, that have been written in books in recent generations to earlier generations, were made by single individuals. I don't love the foundation because Isaac Asimov had a team of writers. It's not known as his work because he had a team of writers. Even one of the most prolific writers of our generation, James Patterson, only deals with one other person. It ain't a group of fucking writers. Have you ever heard the concept that too many chefs spoil the soup? Tron Ares is a good example of that. Is it delicious? Does it taste good? Does it taste like it was CG printed? It's shit. And it's failing because it doesn't resonate with the fucking audience who paid money to go watch it. Not the critics, the audience. It don't resonate with them. You know, the people living real fucking lives, spending real money in the theater to go watch the shit. Like, this is lame, bro. What the fuck is this? Your writing room is detached from reality. Apparently, there was more reality on a holodeck in Star Trek The Next Generation than that's happening in your writing room. Because apparently your writing room can't produce shit that resonate with regular people. So maybe, just maybe, you should do away with the writing room outside of certain places and get back to, hey, I have an idea for this story. Can you help me flesh this out a little bit? Yeah, I will help you, and we'll come together and write this story. And then we'll pitch it as a movie and see if they buy it or not. We're not making comedy skits. This is not improv. You don't think that's the working philosophy? Then why do you keep going to single writer projects to take that fucking IP and try to make it into movies? Huh? And when you fuck it up and it fails, what do we always end up finding out? How many writers were on it? This is why I didn't think the writer's strike was that bad of an idea. Fuck them. Let them sit out there. Because most of them ain't no fucking good anyway. They're producing the shit shows that you are watching all over the place. That's why I didn't feel bad. Yeah, there were certain ones that need to come back to work immediately, man. Like, no, man, no. Roll on back through here. No, you need to get hired. Your ass need to stay out on the picket line and pick a different career because you suck. I don't know what they teach you in school. I kind of do because I got a millennial child. But that ain't it. That ain't writing. That's not creativity. You don't got it. And the audience said so. You probably should try something else. OnlyFans is always hiring. Like I told you last week, unintelligently designed. That movie, Tron Ares, could have been a shitload better if you had somebody who actually understood fucking technology. At this rate, I think Elon Musk could have wrote you a better story, and he's not a fucking writer. He at least would have understood what was going on in the digital realm and pushing advancements. I heard one reviewer say that, look, the movie was probably written by AI. No, I don't think so. Because it would have been smarter. But what do I know? I'm just somebody who watches this stuff and old enough to remember what they stole it from. And been around long enough to see the progression of it. It's like, this is not getting better. This is just going downhill. How do you fix this though? Well, these things have to go. That has to get out of there. That could be a start to making it better. No, it's the actor's fault. How? The last person in line is his fault. The person on the banner is his fault. Does he have writing credits on this? Director's credits? No? So he's not responsible for the vision at all. Oh. He's not responsible for the editing? None of that. So how's it his fault? Did he come out and cuss at the audience? Tell them they was all stupid for liking this kind of shit? Did he pull a Zegler? No. So how's it his fault? And if it is, why not Greta Lee's? Why not Jeff Bridges? Why not? Why not Evan Peters? You know, he did a shitty ass Quicksilver. It could be his fault too. What about Gillian Anderson? She didn't bring anything to this role. No, just his, huh? Funny. I don't see it that way. But y'all tell me what you think. You all tell me what you think. This is just my thoughts on that. Because I actually saw the shit. I actually paid money. I went on a Monday, so it was a cheap ticket. But I actually paid money to see this shit. I did not watch it in IMAX or anything like that. Even though the first beginning part of it, I thought, shit, I should have went to IMAX to see this. After I saw the movie, I didn't feel bad about not going to see it in IMAX. I think I saved myself some money, a different level of disappointment. Yeah, it looked nice, but no, it wasn't enough of it in there to make IMAX worth it. Legacy, I saw an IMAX in San Francisco at the Metreon. That shit looked awesome. I believe it was actually in like 3D too. That was awesome. Sounded good, looked amazing. This shit, yeah, I recognize it looks cool in downtown. But when you realize that you're only seeing pieces of the Tron world and everything else is real world shit, doesn't rise to the level of IMAX. Doesn't. Doesn't rise to that level. We need more artists and less activists. Absolutely, Beastly. Well said. More importantly, remember to be entertaining. Entertaining. I've pointed this out to several people before. Entertaining could be somebody getting hit in the head with a hammer or falling down a flight of stairs. It just depends on what you find entertaining. But artists, actual writers, can write compelling dialogue. Because put it this way, you can like them or not like them. Quentin Tarantino writes compelling dialogue. He can actually do some action. That shit is entertaining. You go back to Reservoir Dogs, the scene that most people remember is not the shootout after the diamond heist. No. It's the cop sitting in a chair getting his fucking ear cut off while Michael Madsen dances around to an old school song. That's what they remember. The dialogue leading to that scene was fucking entertaining. Shocking, horrific, but kind of entertaining in a dark way. But the storytelling is what makes the scene entertaining. I don't think he sat down and said this will be entertaining to people. But no, you're absolutely right. More artists, less activists. Yes. Yes. You want to be an activist? Start making documentaries. And get your ass out in the streets and protest or something. Take that shit where it belongs. Because I'm not saying you can't make movies. You can make movies. But there's a place for movies like that. Documentary filmmaking. Or your exposés into government and shit like that. Which is Sunday. Football season. Would you continue watching a football game if at every commercial it was some activist messages coming through? Would you continue to watch the football game if the newscasters and stuff like that start putting in their own political shit? Would you continue to watch the game? Or would you be on your computer trying to contact the station like, man, tell these motherfuckers to shut up. I don't want to hear that shit right now. I want to watch the game. Well, this is gonna affect a number of illegals or whatever. Like, man, I don't give a fuck about that. Are we getting this next down or not? Shut that shit up. Activism has a place. It ain't everywhere. Just like geekdom has a place. It's not everywhere. Sports has a place. It's not everywhere. Religion has a place. It's just not everywhere. So activism needs to be out of these properties. It's not helping them. It's not helping the companies that's engaging in it at all. You are seeing diminishing returns across all your IPs that are trying this shit. And I shouldn't even say trying, that have done this. Now what? You're going to ruin all these geek IPs, brands, trying to push your version of the world on people, your activism. The company is going to lose billions of dollars, each one of you. And what are you going to have to show for it? We got it into the minds of the youth. The public consciousness is aware of our plight and our struggle. Cute. So your tactic was brainwashing? The Clockwork Orange method of forcing it in your eyes, in your brain, so it takes hold? To the detriment of everything else around it? Okay, that is a way to do it. Not sustainable, but it is a way to do it. Short-sighted, but I guess it's a way to do it. Oh, fuck. Jesus. You just can't. You just can't quit. So, at the end of that, I feel sorry for Jared Leto. I do. Because they will try to ruin his career over this because somebody has to be to blame. That's not going to be the other interesting parallel I found between, excuse me, Tron, Ares, and Star Wars, which is why I think this is KK thinking, is that I was watching the credits as it was started, and I saw this name, and I'm like, that sounds familiar. Who the fuck is that? I couldn't think of a face with that. Couldn't think of a face. I knew the name was significant. I couldn't think of a face. And then I'm watching the movie. And then I see the character of Athena. Dark skinned, tennis ball head looking chick, who I call Lilith and this shit. And I'm like, hey, that's that chick from The Acolyte. What's her name? Like, oh, Jodie Turner Smith. Oh, got you. Fuck is she doing in this? Huh. So somebody took time out when making, you know, Aries programs to make a black program with blonde hair. A dare I say lesbian archetype? A black lesbian archetype? Hmm, interesting. Then I found something interesting when I was looking up Greta Lee to see what else that she's done because I heard she was nominated for some shit. I'm like, for what? She acted poorly. Her acting is lacking. Acting. I looked it up and started looking at some of the other stuff she did, and I was like, not really many accomplishments, a bunch of shit I haven't seen. And then something stuck out to me. Russian dolls. She was on Russian dolls. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting parallel. Because Russian dolls was that show that the chin, Leslie Headcheese of Acolyte fame did. That was a show she wrote. And it was supposed to be so good. As soon as I hit that, you got to Leslie Headland, and like, that's a Star Wars connection because Leslie Headland hired Jodie Turner Smith to be Mother Anastasia in The Acolyte. I'm like, well, that's three. That's a connection directly to Star Wars. Outside of it being another Disney property, which I've said many a times before, Disney just likes moving its characters around the board, its players around the board. That's why if you've done a Star Wars movie, you can do any other Disney property. If you've done a Marvel movie, you can do any other Disney property. Because at that point, you're pretty much considered a Disney actor, and they can move you to any of their properties and put you in there. Any of them. And it's not that big of a deal. So now here it is. I got two actors with a connection to Leslie Headland in a Tron movie about girl bosses, showing some of the same shitty writing that I've seen in Star Wars from producer extraordinaire Kathleen Kennedy. And I'm seeing some of the same cut and paste patchwork ass this look cool in somebody else's movie shit that I've seen in Star Wars movies produced by KK. In the same, we need a writing room and a script that's ran through the ringer 4 other times before we put it out. Storytelling. And the piece de resistance of it, the replacing of the male character with some female who has none of the credibility and none of the legacy of the original character. Strong, diverse women. Oh, not to mention that when it failed, like you'd have to be, I don't know, brain dead not to know that it was going to fail. They blame it on the male actor. It's his fault. It's either the audience's fault or it's that actor's fault. But it's never the writers, it's never the directors. It's always someone else's fucking fault. Not the script writing. No, that's a secure process. Really. Chat GPT scripts. Look, JT, happy birthday to you, by the way. No, because I thought Chat GPT would be a little bit more intelligent. It would have to be. It's pulling on more sources. It's pulling on other people who actually wrote good shit. These motherfuckers pulling on each other, and they couldn't write a convincing short story about getting fucked in the ass. Sorry. That's all they have to offer. I just watched the episode Love, Death, and Robots, and it was the mini invasion. The aliens come to invade the Earth, and it's only like 8 minutes, I think. In the first 2 minutes of it is guys having stuff and willingly backing up for aliens sticking stuff in their ass. That's all it's about. Well, it's not all it's about, but that's what they had to show me in the first couple of minutes. A farmer trying to fuck a cow. Said farmer getting abducted by aliens and having some floppy pink dildo rammed up his butt. And then aliens abducting other people, and some dude in a gimp costume and leather and stuff running out of sex shop with his ass tooted up to the sky waiting to be abducted by aliens. And I'm like, what the fuck am I watching, dude? Oh, let me back up. The first scene they showed is the aliens coming out the ship and saying that they're there for peace and everything like that, and opening his roll, and the hillbilly hick boy cops shoot his penis off. Like, fucking God, dude. Who is doing this shit? That's entertainment? Goodness gracious, dude. Like I said, only focused on their fucking genitals. Nothing else to say. It's always Jermaine's fault. Yeah, if you're black. White boys don't have Jermaines. That show went off the rails after season 1. I hadn't seen season 4. I was looking for something to watch last night. Something that was still expanding of imagination, science fiction type related. And it was late. And those episodes were short. So I started watching it. And that was some of the shit I got. I was like, really? We blinked ourselves out of existence. And it was just a wet fart sound. So all your humor in this shit was about dicks and asses. You spent all this time, all this money, I'm sure, to develop an animation where that was the main things that were put in there. Assholes. What a waste. Like you're talking about last week, and JT said about aliens. Yeah, let 3i Atlas be a ship of aliens. They ain't coming. Don't come by here, man. There is no intelligent life down here. Don't come here. Quarantine. Look from a distance. Do not come down here and get this shit on you. Do not look at it as a wildlife preserve and just look at these crazy ass animals down there and get the fuck away. But that's the level of creativity. I don't even know how much JT is into computers, right? I'm thinking JD could have wrote a more convincing Tron Ares story. I'm confident that he could have. Not knowing how much he knows about computers. To me, the concept in itself of going between the real world and the computer world back and forth and seeing how these affect each other is more interesting. A lot more interesting than just having two light cycles riding around downtown. That's 2 hours of me bloviating and bullshitting with y'all. What do you have to say? I know we fluctuated, but that's it. I'm not going. I might give you my 3-Eye Atlas update, but it is October 19th, which is means it's close to perihelion. Helion. Can't necessarily see the motherfucker, but people have been releasing information about it, especially China, which is saying they actually do believe in treating their populace like grown-ups. They've been releasing some shit that's like, that ain't natural, bro. I don't know what your government is doing for you, but ours is throwing it out there because they believe you need to know the truth. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. If you don't want to, you cannot. Regardless of that, there is something up there. And it is producing some interesting traits that are inconsistent with what we know. What up to the Dark Beast?
What's going on, everybody in Artisan? Ooh, so that Tron Aries, man.
Yeah. I've been inundated with bad media.
And I tell you, you can't blame Jared Leto. That's what my problem is. People keep blaming Jared Leto. I said, no, it's not Jared Leto. It's the fucking writing. It's the writing and the direction that they choose. Because everybody, it really started. I said, because realistically, it's only 3 movies that they try to crash out on them. I said it's Warriors, Suicide Squad, and recently, I say he hadn't really been in a lot of bad movies that you can crash out on him on. I mean, though he was in the haunted house movie, the haunted mansion movie with Lakeith Stanford and Rosario Dawson, and most people who saw that movie said it was a pretty good movie. He was pretty good. He was the bad guy. He was the hat box ghost. He was the main dude that you didn't know it was him because it was CGI that he was a ghost until they went into the character's backstory of who he was. And I said, oh wait. I looked at the little portrait that they had. I said, oh, that's fucking Jared Leto. Oh, okay. And he was an excellent villain in that. So he hasn't been in everything hasn't been his total failures. It's
No.
just it's Disney and it's the writing stuff because Haunted Mansion was also a Disney property.
Yes, it is. Me personally, going down this vein and I was going down listening to that shit, I would caution any actors from really working with Disney right now.
Till they get their shit together.
Yeah, because look, I'll bring this up. Why I actually may like Jared Leto as an actor. I've seen all of these movies except for House of Gucci, The Little Things. I've seen all of these movies, right? I don't think he was bad in these movies at all. Tron Ares was a shit movie. Suicide Squad mixed shit. I like it, but it's not a great movie. But I like it. Morbius, I liked it. They missed opportunities, but I thought he could have been a lock for Morbius. That would have worked. Dallas Buyers Club, liked it. Requiem from a Dream, liked it. American Psycho, liked it. Fight Club, definitely loved it. Master of the Universe, we'll wait and see. Lord of War, not one of Nicolas Cage's best movies, but it was an interesting movie. Blade Runner, liked it better after I watched it. Yes, he's in that shit too. And when I saw him in it, I was like, oh shit, it's Jared Leto. Wow, what the fuck? This is interesting. I don't think he's a terrible actor. He hasn't been in a bunch of shitty movies.
Right? He's also an Oscar winner too. He got Best Supporting Oscar for Dallas Buyers Club. So he can't be too damn bad of an actor. Plus, he's in a fucking rock band that everybody liked, 30 Seconds to Mars.
He's in that band?
Yeah, 30 Seconds. That's his band. I found that out years ago. I said, oh shit, that's Jared Leto's band.
Look, he was in this movie, Girl Interrupted, which got Angelina an award, didn't it?
Yeah.
The Outsider, I've watched that. That's on Netflix. That was actually cool. I like that movie. About a white dude in the Yakuza. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's that Haunted Mansion bullshit. Woo. Woo. Let's not.
It had it had an all-star cast. It fucking Danny DeVito, Owen Wilson, Rosario Dawson, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tiffany Haddish, fucking Winona Ryder was in it. Yeah, so
Alexander, if you want to see Rosario Dawson naked,
oh yeah.
that's the movie to see because Rosario Dawson looked nice naked. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm very lesbian on that. I am 30 Seconds to Mars. That is him. Get the fuck out of here. I think what it is with Hollywood is that they get mad at people who are successful outside of them.
Mm-hmm.
If you can do anything outside of Hollywood shit where you can make money and be successful outside of them, they get pissy about that shit. And they want to ruin you in some kind of ways. Right? It's like the hate relationship with The Rock all of a sudden.
Oh yeah.
Same kind of shit. Oh, you got too much power. Then just say that's your problem. He owned companies. What's wrong with that? Oh, Ryan Reynolds is a problem. Why? Because he owned companies. He don't need you to be successful.
Yeah. He's worth like $1 billion now. He owned a fucking soccer
We're making
team.
moves. We're making good moves. 50 Cent did the same thing. Making good moves. Hollywood is petty, apparently. And that's the producers like that are petty. The ones that get to green light projects and shit like that. They petty. Because they ain't really creative. You have to remember, the producers and the studio heads are not the creative engines. It's the writers. It's the directors, the actors, the people who actually have vision and the ability to make that vision come to life. Those are the ones who are creative. The studio is just the person that feeds them out to the world, decides who's going to make it and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
Go and pitch the idea to get money to make these damn movies. That's your producers. When you get outside of that system, you start making your own movies and independent shit, they usually don't even try to recognize your shit. That's just some little thing they did over there.
Yeah, this is your little a side hustle. They call it
your little side hustle, your little independent movie.
When you're ready to come back to the real studios, we'll be waiting.
They crush motherfuckers like that. They hate independent movies winning. That's why you have to have a whole different kind of film festival to get movies like that seen. Because Hollywood don't want you to see that shit. If you got an idea outside of ours, fuck you.
Our motto was remakes, reboots, and 20-year-old fucking sequels.
Yeah. Neurotic has been killing it on that shit. They make me laugh every time you say that shit. Sequels, prequels. I'm like, bro, these actual definitions, that sucks. It fits, but it sucks.
It's like you fucking unoriginal hacks, man. Well, I said artists, man. You need artists to come back, and unfortunately, I think it's gonna have to be independent creators because you can't because now full force. What's the dude that did the Flash movie and now he's now doing the It TV series? Welcome to Derry. He's blaming the fans for the Flash movie. He's blaming the fans for not liking Ezra and for making the Flash movie tank. And I was like, bro, you put together a shitty movie. Ezra Miller is an asshole in real whole life, not for play. And you're sitting here trying to blame the fans. I said, okay, when this, and you better pray this Welcome to Derry shit is awesome, because if it's not, Stephen King need to have a conversation about what they're doing with his properties.
Look, I'm interested to watch the Welcome to Derry because it could be a really good show. But at this point in time, I thought the same thing about Alien Earth. Another missed opportunity.
I'm like, yeah.
Like, it's the dude that did the Flash movie. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yikes. But the Flash movie, you could say, was Warner Brothers standard, which is studio involvement
Yeah,
in
that,
the movie. Ezra
that's
Miller
my
made people not like Ezra Miller.
yeah. That's my
Ezra
thing with
Miller
the
did it himself.
yep. That's my thing with the DCEU. People forget how much studio involvement there was with these movies. And so that's why I say you can't put all the blame on this one person or that. I said, dude, it was studio. You also have to blame the studios. That's
It's not
even
even
with the
also. It's not even also. You have to go to them first
yeah.
because if it's a directing problem, they pick the director, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's a writing problem, they pick those writers, didn't they? They
Yep.
approve those writers. Now, if the director has actually produced other competent works and then he got to this studio and his work was suffering, it's not the director, it's the studio. It's
Yeah.
this if the director was making shitty projects beforehand, it's probably the director. But that still goes back to the studio. Why'd you hire this motherfucker? He's trying to give him a chance. Okay, I'm all for trying to give somebody a chance to get it together. But goddamn. Goddamn. Sometimes they luck up on shit. Other times they don't. So this the kill the bear. I can't think of a 30 Seconds to Mars song in my head. I had to listen to some. I probably heard it before. I just can't think of.
I probably heard it. Yeah. You can't think of it because you don't be knowing that these actors be having fucking music bands and stuff.
Well, I know that some of these actors have bands. I know Jared Leto has a band. I know Keanu Reeves is in a band. He plays bass, right? I know that. That's not that big of a deal to me. Whether I hear their band because there's so many rock bands and so many indie rock bands, I don't know all the bands because I don't fixate on fucking bands and just going to concerts and shit. Like if I was that kind of dude that go to any small concert, I could have seen Keanu Reeves performing. Could have seen him sitting up there looking like fucking Neo with the long hair and playing his bass and having a good time. I could have saw that shit. That's not
John
how
Wick
I
on
take.
bass.
That's not how I take in my music. That's why it took me a minute to realize until I saw the Suicide Squad movie who 21 Pilots was. It's like I've seen these motherfuckers before. I've seen them live before. And I had to talk to my daughter. It's like, didn't we go to a concert at like the chapel or something like that? See these motherfuckers? She's like, yes. I was like, that's them? This the Tyler you were talking about? Oh shit. I love these dudes. Actually seen them live before they blew up. Like, oh shit. I didn't know. I was just there, chaperoning having a drink. I was like, yeah, these motherfuckers kind of good. All right, little white boys, get it. No.
He gave you heathens before you realized heathens was a thing.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, that motherfucker looked familiar. I really like that song. Yeah, that's what it was. Like, so if I was the type of person to do that more often, I would see more of these actors in their bands. I know they have bands, I just don't see their bands. Like, what was it? People on my team, Robert and Izzy, they just came back from what was it, Aftershock or whatever? Some big ass rock concert. I could have saw a shitload of bands there. Maybe they was there. Who knows? This is War. 30 Seconds to Mars was used to promote Dragon Age Origins. I didn't play that game, so I probably wouldn't know that one. But I can figure it out. I can listen. I can listen for an hour to some music. Anyway, the link is in there for anybody else who wants to come up. What else B's got?
Well, in nerd controversy, Death Battle's newest episode this past week got the gears kicking up. It was Blade versus Buffy.
Yeah, I heard.
And guess who won, Artisan?
Probably Buffy. That's the only thing that would piss people off.
Buffy won.
Why?
And, oh my god! Because I've been watching people debunk it, and I've been kind of saying the same thing. Which is why they upscaled her powers and all her shit, and they downplayed Blades. And so all of the comic book cats coming out in full force is like, look, do y'all even read the Blade comic? I said Blade can do shit and has had feats that Buffy hasn't. So why would you downplay all of his abilities and upscale her abilities.
Not really. I would say that Buffy is more fleshed out as a character than Blade is.
Well, that's what some people's arguments too. He said part of the problem is Blade is a main character in a world full of main characters. Buffy is the main character of her universe.
No, I wouldn't say that. Blade has only been a main character in his world since the Blade movies. So
Yeah,
say in the last 20 years. Before that, he was not a main character. And he did not have a bunch of feats of powers or doing shit like that. They changed his character after Wesley.
yeah,
Wesley made them change the character to how Wesley had the character. Before that, he wasn't doing all of that shit. He was a almost utterly forgettable character unless you was black and looking for black characters to like.
hmm
That was it. He was a joke. Wesley made them take their character serious. So that's why I said, why did she beat him? How did she beat him would be different because I haven't watched all of Buffy, but I know Josh Whedon, how he writes, and I know Buffy as a character in the series was a lot more fleshed out of how powerful she actually was as a slayer. It's not as simple as she got pom poms and wooden stakes.
yeah.
It's not.
Well, yeah. They use the scythe, but like one person broke down that even though the scythe can cut through dimensions and times, they said in the comic, the one guy that I watched, he said no. He said that wasn't Buffy who cut through time space. She said that was Willow, and the scythe needed a spell at that moment in order for her to do that. So they gave it to Buffy, and I said no. And then one thing they pointed out, they said Blade now uses Atlantean steel, which is because Atlantean steel negates magic. So they said if they would have used Buffy that scythe, the enchanted scythe against Blade's Atlantean steel blades, Blade should have been able to negate the magic with his abilities, and they've even said plus Buffy move. They try to say Blade moves faster than light speed, and they say because his feats is he was able to cut through eternity. And they said some of the feats that Blade they didn't talk about a lot of his feats, or they changed. They said they changed a lot of his feats. And like they even try to say, well, Buffy fell into boiling acid. They said she fell into acid and survived. And some of the dude said, no, I read the comic. She said she fell into boiling water. They changed that. And like they did, and a lot of people brought up the fact that she was more durable, and they said no. They said because she took like 600-ton explosion, but they brung up the fact was like, well, wait a minute, Blade took Mjolnir at full force when Jane Foster had it also along when she was also infused with the Ghost Rider. So Ghost Rider infused Jane Foster. Blade ate it, and they said to give an example, they said Thor through Mjolnir at Phoenix, and it went through and destroyed a planet. So he is very durable. They downplayed the breathing gun,
Okay, let's
which
stop. Let's stop. Because all I'm
okay, my
hearing is regurgitating somebody else's points and not having actual substance on any of these damn points. It's just a
yeah,
bunch of data points. Look,
hmm
um, I don't remember Buffy having a comic. Durability wise, I don't know. Because I didn't follow Buffy. That's the only reason I'm saying that. Because I didn't follow Buffy that closely, I don't know what her durability is as a Slayer or what version of a Slayer she's supposed to be, and where they're pulling all of this shit from. Is it from a Buffy comic book, or is it
yeah,
from the Buffy TV series?
from the comics.
Okay, I didn't read the Buffy comics, so Blade, I know they have been throwing stuff onto him in recent years. Recent years being in the last 10. They've been throwing stuff onto Blade that he never did and never could do. So basing an argument on recent comic shit is kind of shaky. It's kind of shaky because they just start throwing shit on all kind of characters. This is the same reason why you get really powerful characters just all of a sudden going away and being weak as shit.
hmm
The same thing. So if it's recent comic stuff, that shit has an asterisk next to it in my mind. Blade being beat out by Buffy, she has more history. Well, let me say she has more written stuff than Blade does because Blade can't keep a solo comic. He hasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Even after Wesley was doing the character, Blade's solo comics died. They always died off because he was never a main comic person. It didn't work. So as much as I like the character, the motherfucker has limits. Now, I don't know what Buffy's limits are, but unless you're going to tell me something that in her comic books, she is half a god or half a vampire or some other shit like that, it's just a white chick that's going to die when she's cut by anything. That's how I understood the Slayers worked. Now, unless they've wrote some other shit in there to make her uber powerful where she can survive all the rest of this stuff, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with killing vampires. But far as I know, she's just a regular person.
That's what I said. That's it.
So I guess I have to go back and watch a shitload of Buffy to find out what the hell's going on, or I have to listen to their argument that they made in that death battle shit. But it ain't my job to promote their fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I have to see what their argument is. If I agree with it, I agree with it. If I don't, I don't. But I know Blade is a little less on the full meter than she is.
Yeah.
So feat wise, yeah, if you trying to count all recent feats for Blade, that might be why people are having an argument because it's all recent shit. It's not shit that he's actually been able to do before him because at the end of the day, Blade is just a half man, half vampire. Plain and simple. That's it. And that was a recent development since Wesley. Before that, he's just a fucking dude. Now, this whole thing about Atlantean, I guess they're talking about Atlantean vibranium or something like that, or
no, it's just pure Atlantean steel. Because they said, yeah,
Namor is not Aquaman. He's not fucking Aquaman. He's not. That whole Atlantean shit being tied to more magic, that's Aquaman stuff. That's not Namor shit. But whatever the fuck, like I said, within the last 10 years, this comic shit is fucked up of how they're writing this stuff. These are the same goofballs that's writing these fucking shows.
Yeah.
So you got to take that shit with a grain of salt and not be going to war for some shit that's completely wrong or half wrong or stolen.
Yeah, because what they highlight is Cosmic Ghost Rider. I said, well, that's new. So,
oh, here we go. Here's the Buffy guy right here. Most Buffy comics aren't canon. I believe they weren't because it started from a movie, then a TV show. Comics came later. That would be like saying everything in Star Wars that Dark Horse did was all canon because Dark Horse was just off on their own doing some shit. No, it's not all canon. Comparing TV Buffy and Wesley, that would be a pretty even fight, which was what I would think. That's why I didn't even watch the shit when I saw it was coming up. Oh, Death Battle, Buffy and Blade. I was like, Blade should probably kill her. That's what I was thinking because I'm thinking they might be pretty evenly matched. Wesley is at least half a vampire. I know that. Buffy ain't half a shit, but white girl.
And she's been almost killed by regular vampires in the fucking show.
In her show, she damn near got killed. So I remember that. So like, it should be cake, right? Buffy has enhanced strength, durability, and a healing factor. Okay. So does Deadpool. When we talk healing factors, there's levels. Archangel has a healing factor, motherfucker, but you wouldn't put him in a fight against Wolverine and think he's going to survive. Right? So my thing is, okay, they both have healing factors. They both have durability. All of these things are scaled for a reason. How much strength, how much durability could you deflect a bullet but not stop a blade?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Could regular scratches not hurt you, but, an actual cut does? Depending on how much force and who's delivering it. Healing factor. Can you regenerate or do you got to cut it heals up really quickly? I don't know. That's to me, that's debatable. Micro grains of salt. Yeah, micro grains of salt, like difference. Like, and I know that JT knows Buffy because he's a fan. So that's why this is coming from him, and I'm taking it as some gospel
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he knows the character a lot better. Right? It's like, okay, so
Well,
you think she could take Blade? You're saying it's pretty even. I'm thinking it would probably be even, but I think Blade would kill her because he doesn't have to give a fuck. But nobody wants to see a black dude killing a white girl. Just saying. I mean, they don't even want to see a black dude running from a white girl.
somebody turned that shit into a Tubi movie.
It should be.
It was a Jonathan Majors. I forgot what it was called. It was like, and they had basically some dude called Jonathan Minor running from a fucking white girl across New York like a horror movie.
It was a horror movie.
He was asking me, "You gotta help me, man." It was hilarious.
It was a horror movie, and he got convicted of some shit. Like, huh? That's the horror. It was a horror movie. Horrible display. I can run from somebody and still be guilty because I ran from them.
Yeah. After putting them in a fucking taxi.
Yeah, I didn't leave a bitch on the sidewalk. I put her in a taxi because she wouldn't get her ass in there on her own, and I ran from her, and she chased me for blocks and blocks in New York at night with my Blade coat on and slippery church shoes. Nigga, I ran from her, and she kept coming. That was a horror movie. What are you talking about? It's Halloween. I need to watch that. Healing factor, strength, durability is always determined by the writer in the case by case basis. Yeah, there's tiers to this shit. At least in Marvel, there's tiers to it. So understanding that there's tiers to it, you got to see what kind of stuff that they can heal from, what kind of stuff she can't. Her falling in boiling water. Okay, you can stick your hand in boiling water. It wouldn't feel very nice, but you would eventually heal from that shit. It would take you a couple of days. Maybe a couple of weeks. But you can survive from it. If she bounced out that shit like it was a hot shower and just wash it off and don't have any bubbling skin or blisters or shit like that, okay, she has a healing factor that can resist, these type of temperatures. Blade's healing factor puts him up against vampires most of the fucking time, or supernatural creatures most of the time. Blade now. And he heals from that within maybe a day or so.
Yeah, 24 hours.
Yeah. So most people don't understand that Captain America has a healing factor. He heals from regular shit, gunshots and stuff like that within hours. It's not as fast as Wolverine's, which is instantaneous. Like the shit happens and it's going away. No, Hulk actually has the quickest healing factor because you can barely see damage on the Hulk. That's how quickly his shit heals. Wolverine is right under him within minutes. Captain America is underneath Wolverine, which is in a couple of hours. Right? So Blade is somewhere in there. Where Buffy fits in that scheme, I don't know. But that's what would make it interesting watching to see what they lined out as being their reasoning for why she would win and something like that. Outside of you can't see a black dude, a black vampire killer killing a white girl. You can't have that, bro. You can't. You rewrite the fabric of reality, seeing some shit like that, bro.
Look, I knew that. I said, nah, they gonna have Buffy winning this shit. I said they gonna find some way make that shit more powerful.
When I heard about it, because I watched the previous Death Battle, which was something else, and then they said the next one was gonna be Blade versus Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The first thing I thought, man, I don't care about that shit. He'd kill that bitch. Why can't we see Blade versus Vampire Hunter D? I think I dropped that in the comments section for that shit. I need to see Blade versus Vampire Hunter D. Damn
a legitimate fight.
Yeah, let's see how it worked, man. Let's see how it worked. But there's doing Buffy. I said I can't see them wanting this white chick to win, but I'll watch it because it'll be at least interesting to see the case that they lined out. I just hadn't watched it yet because in my mind it was made up of how the shit was going, how it would run. So I didn't need to rush to watch it to find out.
Because I had watched the last one I had watched was Hulk versus Godzilla, and I was like, okay, let me see how y'all gonna figure this shit out. And when they said Hulk won, I was like, Y'all
Hulk
gotta
is the
explain.
strongest.
Y'all gotta explain.
In the name, motherfucker. Hulk is
They said Hulk strong because they even went into the fact that Hulk is like the one it has ties to the one below all and the green door and shit. I was like, oh shit.
Mhm.
So they
Yeah,
powered up Hulk way beyond.
all that recent immortal Hulk shit that made Hulk a lot more than he actually is, even his Titan form and all of that shit. Like, yeah, at this rate, he could probably take Godzilla. Because what's Godzilla
Yeah.
gonna do? Eat his ass? Give him the atomic breath? You're just gonna piss him off. Leave that green motherfucker alone.
Well, because they did the battle because they said Godzilla also has upper level interdimensional powers and shit. To say that's why the motherfucker can re-heal and generate because they broke that shit down.
That's not interdimensional. That's just healing. What the fuck
Well,
are they talking about?
the
They've been
way they
watching that
broke
animated shit.
they tied in all of that shit basically. That's what they did. They tied in all of that. They said, I said, I don't remember this shit happening in the regular fucking Toei company
No,
Godzilla. Like what
no.
you were adding the anime stuff where they have interdimensional stuff.
Wait. I literally have a Blade poster above my bed and a Buffy figure on my headboard. Buffy gets to be closer to you, huh? Okay. I like Christy Swanson. Sarah Michelle Gellar got a funny nose, but she's all right. And that's me, how far I go back with Buffy. The movie with Christy Swanson, and then the show, watched a little bit of it, but didn't continue watching it. I didn't get back into watching Buffy until I started watching Angel. And that was in like the last 2 seasons of Angel. Like, damn, this shit is actually really good. I need to go back and see the Buffy.
I stopped watching Buffy when Angel came out. I was like, because I was a fan of him. I was like, oh, when Angel got so I said, I'm gonna go watch the Angel show. I said, I'll come back to Buffy later. I was like, you don't give a damn. She's all in love and Spike and shit. Like, I'll go watch the Angel.
Yeah. I read that one already. Case by case basis. Yeah, so I don't know. It might be a good argument. It's fine. It gets geeks talking. I mean, this is a comic shop conversation that you argue about some shit like this in the shop. And then you go about your fucking way. It's like, I don't give a fuck. Buffy will kick his ass. Like, you tripping, man. Blade will fuck Buffy, literally.
That's why you got to bring. That's why I got to bring those old conversations up because you don't have them anymore because of all of the stupid shit in the comics and stuff was going on.
JT said Angel is a better show. He's on my headboard too.
It is. JT is not lying.
Angel was a good show. Angel got me to watching more of it than Buffy did. And as far as I know, it was supposed to be the same writer, right? I like the Angel show. I really did like the Angel show. I was like, man, I was feeling that shit. I even like the way it ended. Yeah, it's Josh Whedon. That's what I say when we're talking about the movies. You can't have somebody that's directed some stuff that's actually good consistently and then get to a JLA movie and think he just totally shit the bed all of a sudden. That's studio involvement. A good director all of a sudden just turns out a crap project, and then you want to spit on his name and all kind of allegations and shit. That's Warner Brothers trying to ruin that motherfucker after the fact.
Yep. His Astonishing X-Men comics.
Studio trying to ruin him. I'm just saying. He crossed mediums. Television, movies, comics. He did this one movie. He even did the Avengers. I wasn't complaining about that shit. He did this one DC movie, Warner Brothers movie, and all of a sudden his career is shit now.
Yeah, he's a mean director, and he yelled. I'm like, where the fuck was this shit 20 years ago when Buffy was on the air?
Exactly. And trust me, I don't want to hear shit from these no working actors who was trying to be sexy. No, he did such and such. He made me cry. Fuck you. I don't care about you crying. That's your job, right? I don't care.
I thought y'all was tough.
Act. Emote. I heard shit from part of Sir. What's his name now? God damn it. I'm forgetting his name. Sir Gary Oldman, because he got knighted recently. Sir Gary Oldman's process for getting into sad moments and shit like that was to look at pictures of his son or something like that crying. That would bring forth tears in him so he could act his scene out and bring forth the emotion that he needed to. Maybe your director fucking cussing you out in your room before you do a scene is the same thing. Trying to get you to fucking emote. Now get your ass on camera and give me some of that. I don't care about that. Lack of charisma, Carpenter. What are you doing now? Nothing? You should thank him. You had a career for a minute. People know you the fucking name.
He gave you a chance.
Gave you a chance. Put you in a role. Propped you up. Gave you a career. And now you shitting on him because you ain't got one.
I mean, say what you want. I don't hear nobody I don't hear none of the main core line of Marvel Avengers characters saying nothing about him. ScarJo ain't had nothing to say about him, and she sued the whole goddamn company for her movie.
Yeah, I'm not about that.
She sued Disney, and she ain't say shit about Josh Whedon.
She ain't cut her out of some money. She's like, look, motherfuckers, no, we got lawyers nowadays. You gonna pay me my money. You made a lot of money off my booty. You gonna pay it.
In these tight leather dresses with my ass showing and my tits half out. Yeah, you gonna pay me for my damn Black Widow movie.
Josh was kind of a dick to charisma. Here's the thing. Here's the question I will ask you, JT. Is it a crime to be a dick to somebody? Is it? I get this. I ask this question because I hear people say stuff like that a lot. Like, oh, he was this. Oh, he was that. I say, is that a crime? It's not. You don't have to like it. You can think it's unfortunate and unfair. But it's not a crime to do that shit. I don't see why you're expecting me to act as if he committed a crime by being a dick to somebody. Okay. So he was a dick to her. So fucking what? Who is Charisma Carpenter that I feel I need to be activating my simp chip to defend her? He was a dick to her. So fucking what? What did she do about it?
She ain't really doing nothing now.
Did she leave the show because she couldn't take his dickishness? No? Then obviously he wasn't that much of a dick. Because if he was that big of a dick, you would have left. And threw up the flares right then. No, you waited till years later, damn near a decade or so, when something else come out, and so you can throw your hand up and say, me too. He was pissed she got pregnant and wrote her out. Yeah, you fucking up the show. If your character is not pregnant on the show, you getting pregnant, not letting your writer, your director know on this show is a problem. So yeah, you can get written off the show. Go take your 9 months and go raise your baby. Look, I heard this question asked recently. You know, I watch wrestling. I like Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley just hit 29, right? And people asked her why she was holding her belly recently and stuff. And they were speculating that she's pregnant because she's recently married, right? Within a year or two. And her response was, no, I was holding my ribs, not my belly, my ribs, because my ribs are kind of damaged and I reflexively protect them. But also, my career is popping right now. Pregnancy is not in the plans anytime soon. Not right now. Not while my shit is hot. No, it's not happening right now. So no, I'm not trying to get pregnant right now at the height of my career and then be away from it so I lose all of that. Because in wrestling, you know, if your ass is gone, your spot will be lost, motherfucker. They will write somebody else in there and your ass will be sitting on the bench having fun with your baby. No. Now, you want to take that. That is a girl, 29-year-old woman right now, understanding what's going on with her career, and they have writers. She knows she is not getting pregnant right now during this time. It's not happening. Her husband knows. That's not what the plan is, homeboy. That's not what we're doing right now. You mean to tell me Charisma Carpenter as a grown woman didn't know this shit back when she was on the show that was hot? She was getting some hot shit happening for her right now. Oh, I'm going to go have a baby. They can just wait for me. No, you written the fuck off, bitch. Thanks. Thanks for fucking up the show. The fuck out of
Especially
here.
at a time when you didn't have all the activism in Hollywood, so you wasn't gonna get no protection.
Ezra Miller, good goofy ass, was out doing a bunch of wild shit. What did they do? Did they keep him around, or did they find a way to write his ass out of some shit? It happens all the time. It's a show. The show is based on you looking a certain way. Other story I was listening to, Ed O'Neill talking about Married with Children. They talked about how they had written this whole part of the show because, what's her name? Peggy was pregnant because the real actor was pregnant. Well, 7 months in, the actress lost the baby. She actually lost the baby. Traumatized. They dropped that whole shit. Dropped it. Didn't mention it at all. Dropped it. Why? Because, yes, they factored in the fact that she was pregnant into the show because she was working with the show. It's a change that is noticeable on a live show. They had to work that in. They had to take it out too. Didn't address it.
Lucy Lawless, Xena, when they worked that into the show, where they took away, she couldn't do all the flips and kicks and shit up until she got to a certain point, and then they gave her fucking magical powers, and then once she had the baby, the powers went away.
JT said, "I'm a Josh super fan, but bro was power tripping with all those young actresses. The Avengers cast were the bigger actors, so he couldn't be as big of a dick." I hear what you're saying, but I think I've said this before. You don't get to a position of being that influential, having that kind of power, being a fucking nice guy. You don't. The amount of pressure that's on somebody, if you've produced hits, to keep doing that means that pressure creates a downforce on other people. You need to do your fucking job. And if you're not going to do your job, I'm going to get you the fuck out of here and get somebody in here who can do your job because I have to deliver. Charisma Carpenter catching a check. The pressure ain't on her to deliver a working show. The pressure is on her to deliver a believable fucking performance of this character. And if I'm writing this character for so many episodes, bitch, you want to decide to get pregnant is significant. Maybe I don't want to deal with that. Maybe that fucks up the planning. Maybe I'm writing your ass out of this shit. And you can go off and have your baby and not worry about this show shit. Because I still do have to worry about it. The Avengers cast were bigger stars. I beg to differ. What are they fucking doing now?
Technically, only Robert was the biggest star.
What are they doing now? Every one of those people on the Avengers were either unknowns or B or C list actors before they got in the Avengers. The Avengers were the big stars. The people, actors playing them, were all B or C list. And you can see that now, whatever movie they're doing now, outside of RDJ, who was on the skids before Iron Man, a whole fucking risk, ain't doing nothing big right now. None of them. They went back to their previous levels because it was the characters that were making them big, not them. Are you rushing out to see a Mark Ruffalo movie? Chris Evans, ScarJo with a nice booty, but she's old now. You rushing to see that shit?
Mark Ruffalo got a new movie out. It's on Hulu.
I said that for a reason. I said that for a reason. What they doing now? They doing blockbusters right now? No, they're doing worse than Jared Leto is. Sam Jackson was the only one that was actually a bankable big star at the time. He wasn't in the movie most of the time. So Sam was the bigger one. And Sam is a fucking geek. He don't give a fuck. He catching a check. He been in shitty movies catching the check. And don't care. So the people in the Avengers movie were bigger stars than the ones that were in the JLA movie? Ben Affleck? Henry Cavill? Fucking Ezra Miller? Oh my God. Khal Drogo? Really? Gal Gadot? Come on, man. They're about the same. Shit. Ben Affleck has probably had as many fucking problems as RDJ. He just ain't went to jail.
Yeah.
He's actually won awards for his writing and directing.
Covering alcoholic.
Yeah. Good Will Hunting for writing. The Town, what was the other movie he did that he won an award for directing?
That Fargo, or not the Fargo. Yeah. It was that cop, that movie about somebody who was infiltrating the drug cartels.
Yes.
Damn, what was it called? Shh.
But the Avengers cast were bigger stars. Nah. Argo. Yeah, Argo. Not Fargo. Argo.
Yeah, Argo. That's what it was.
No. That's not what it is. It's different studios and different demands. Warner Brothers, Disney, and I guess Fox, I think Buffy was on.
Yeah.
TV shows, big feature films. Different. Not the same. Ben was strung out on J-Lo coochie.
I doubt it.
Hardly. He went back to it, but look, you saw how he was acting with that shit. J-Lo was strung out on Batfleck dick. And then she relapsed and want to run away again. Because she has to prove that she is somebody. And she does that by getting with the white dude every time. Revitalizes her career every time she does that shit. But she's a pain in the ass to deal with. You can see it on Ben's face. Yeah, she got a big ass with that fucking attitude. Oh, get the fuck in the car, bitch. Ben a dude. Ben is a dude. Whatever. And he drank for a reason. Shit. If she was that bad, he wouldn't be able to walk away from her. All right? Coochie that good you can't walk away from. He was walked away from it. And went and fucked somebody else. I'd have kept Anna de Armas' little cute ass. I'd have kept Jennifer Gardner. Yeah, I would have kept Jennifer Gardner. But you see, he had knocked a couple babies out of Jennifer Gardner ass. J-Lo couldn't get nothing but a shot in the mouth.
I would have stuck with Anna.
How good is that coach?
Maybe I'm biased. So I would have stuck with Anna because I think Jennifer and Jen are on the same fucking type of time.
They might be. They might be. Right. But he did knock a couple babies out of Jay Gardner.
So
it says a lot, motherfucker. If it says a lot by who a woman has babies by, when you see her fucking around with a bunch of dudes, but she only got babies by one guy, it says a lot about a dude who, he could shoot up the club, but only one of these bitches uncaught babies.
Mm-hmm.
Says a lot.
Especially when I think Baby Number 4 came around the time he was suiting up for Batman, because she talked about that in interviews. Yeah,
and he didn't do it one time; he did it 4 times. That was not a mistake, motherfucker. That wasn't no one time for the good one time for the marriage, and one time was the oops baby. No, he did that shit 4 times. He was deep in Jay Gardner shit, dude. That must be some good cooch, because he couldn't resist letting off in it. He's had J-Lo twice, and she ain't got nowhere close to pregnant. What that tell you? She's just good for a flop, nigga. She's just good for a flop. The coochie ain't that good. She thinks she wants people to believe it is. It's not. It's not. Halle Berry probably got some crazy coochie, but you see dudes run from that shit too.
She got like only one kid.
They run. You see, they run. But Lisa Bonet, she probably got that fire. She probably got that fire, bro. And she produced some pretty ass kids. I was remembering that shit when I was looking at Zoe Kravitz. Like, Zoe Kravitz looked like the modern day Lisa Bonet. And then I remember, that's her fucking mama. Like, oh shit, that's right. That's why she's sexy. She got it, boy. Jason Momoa got a couple of kids out that motherfucker. I'm like, God damn, boy. She can't miss. Taking on all comers. Ben is strung out on J-Lo Cooch. Nope, J-Lo strung out on Ben. Ben's Affleck. That's just my. So, I don't think we need to talk about Peacemaker, because the less said about that piece of shit is the better. James Gunn having his career ruined behind that shit. I don't think you can ruin his career about it, because he's been giving you the same shit over and over again. And I'm a James Gunn fan. But like JT was saying before, it could be too much of a good thing. And I think we saw that it is too much of a good thing.
Starting with Guardians.
Yeah, in some ways I'm thinking he's probably giving you that shit just as a joke on you. I think that's what it is. I don't want to believe that it's just that he's not any more creative than that. I think that he just knows that this is what entertains what peanuts he can throw to you elephants. So he just keeps throwing you them same kind of peanuts.
Yeah, you can't get any of the intellectual shit from James Gunn, which I believe he's actually capable of, despite what he's done. I think he can do that, because Brightburn, as much shit, that was a creative.
But you have to remember, Brightburn is not him. That's his cousin and his brother or some shit like that.
Oh, well, fuck, damn. Yeah, well,
anyway, relative, not him. He pushed it, but he didn't write that shit. That's them. That's somebody else wrote that shit. It's his family that wrote it, but not him.
Yeah, but I think he's capable. I think he just knows that let's just say you fuckers are not intellectually smart.
Yeah, so why give you anything more?
I mean, you championed this bullshit Superman movie for what? Now everybody wants to turn on it. Now everybody wants. I said, we told you this stuff. Hold up, we've been telling you this stuff since Guardians. When you saw Star-Lord, I said, yeah, it was pretty good, but I don't like how he did Star-Lord, him and Chris Pratt, and I'm not really feeling his Drax the Destroyer. And nail in the coffin for me was fucking Adam Warlock. So we've been saying, hey, James Gunn is cool, but he do some question mark shit in his movies. So when they threw him over into DC, I said, what you think you gonna get? A better universe?
That was the hope. Malika said on the last point about Ben Affleck, which clubs he shot up and which clubs he didn't lay seeds in. White men know how to make and leave a legacy with and who to just have sex with. There's levels. There are levels. And he just fucks on Jen. He ain't had a baby with her, and she ain't came around twice. He let her come back, and he hit that shit again. I know how it feels. I've hit exes again that I had no intention of being with. Why? Good for a roll, nigga. Like a crocodile. Let's do the death roll one. Shake it off. Here's what it is, man. People look, comments is like comments. They come back into your orbit every once in a while. Okay. Take some pictures and have some fun and let their ass go back on their way to the outer galaxy.
Or what Angry Man say, the hey big head text.
Dr. T, the hey big head. Yeah, you get the hey big head. Fine, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't take it personal. Maybe I wanted to.
You get the page. You get the poke on Facebook.
I don't go on Facebook. Facebook is a hookup site.
That's what I said.
I got off of dating apps. Facebook included.
I get the poke. I'm like, why are you poking me? Oh.
Attention. Oh, I get it. Attention.
Like, just say hi.
I have attention to give you right now. I'm all out of attention to pay. I'm fresh out. I'm out of attention to pay and fucks to give. So, oh, JT, I was waiting on you to pipe in about this because I wanted to know what you really liked about Peacemaker because it was an episode that you were really looking at me about I needed to watch. And I was waiting to see which one that was that you were really hyped about. 8 was not great. 8 was not great at all. And that's what he's getting flamed a lot more for. I can literally say there was some good stuff in this season, but it was too few. It was too little sprinkles of that shit. I didn't like the season. On the whole, I didn't like the season. And mind you, like you say, you'll stand for Josh Whedon. I like Josh Whedon too. I'm not a super fanboy, but I'm a fan. I'm a fan of James Gunn. I didn't like this season. And I didn't like Superman either. There were some good things in it, but like I've been saying this whole stream, missed opportunities. You focused on the wrong shit. I didn't need an orgy in episode 1. I didn't need to follow up with the orgy in episode 2. I didn't need the Nazis in 6 and 7. And if you were going to touch on that, go into it. Not just say, oh, it was there and we moving on.
Because you asked your black actress if it was okay.
Whatever. The shit with Adebayo and Key, that would have been interesting if you didn't rush through it like the Flash was in your episode. What the fuck was that, dude? Yeah, they had a good scene. And here is this good actress gone. And this is the 8th episode. She showed up in 1. She showed up in 8. Like, you just wasted her. Dude, this was the shit we could have been getting. This was something that James Gunn wrote. That was really good. Where was the rest of this in the rest of the season? Jesus, dude, what are you doing? This shit seems like bullet points that were good that he really wrote out. Especially in episode 8, it's apparent. There were scenes that he really wrote out that were really fucking good. That elevates out of this regular James Gunn pratfall look at my penis shit. And then the rest of it was just crap. And the reason why these scenes stick out. That shit was written better than the Harcourt and Chris at the Nelson concert shit, which was cheesy as fuck. Not even good cheese. Like, oh, Limburger. No. The Adebayo stuff, I would have wanted to see more of that. Right through it. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. The scene she had with Chris in the hotel, money. Multiple characters. Where was that in Superman? Since you got all these goddamn characters hanging around, where was that in Superman? Because he's doing this is my thinking. Because he's doing so much shit, it's scattershot. He just shooting up the club, which means some stuff hits and a lot of it misses in all of these projects because it's not singularly focused on one goddamn thing where it can all work. It's patches of it in everything. There was some stuff in Creature Commandos that really worked. Like the robot thing when he was talking about the Nazis, that shit worked. You could have put that in the Peacemaker.
Yeah.
It would have worked. Then it would have worked. It would have worked awesome. But that's not what you got. You just got Nazi world. And in Creature Commandos, you got somebody who just saw Nazis. And every time he saw them, he took them out. If you had that in Peacemaker, it would have made more sense for the world.
That's what I was trying to remember.
Chris being in that world outside of just wanting to live somebody else's life. Superman, that speech that Adebayo gave Peacemaker would have been more impactful in Superman if Lois gave that speech to him. You give us hope. You make us better people. Rather than him sitting there bitching at Lex after he got attacked by a fucking dog. That I'm just as human as everybody else. No, you're not, you fucking alien. Shut up. Stop trying to be down here with everybody else. Be what the fuck you are.
To which we saw the behind the scene clip that James Gunn put out that didn't actually make that scene look no better. Because like most people would agree, it made it seem like James Gunn didn't understand the character of Superman, and Corn Sweats did.
He didn't. James Gunn has admitted that. That's why he didn't do it initially, because he couldn't crack the code on the character. He couldn't crack the code. But once he put an animal in it, then I got it now. No, you still didn't. You just got to do something with an animal.
Silly ass dog.
You gave us a rocket. You needed a rocket raccoon in this shit, right? Because I saw what you did in Guardians 3 with Rocket. That was awesome. You had grown ass men like, man, there's something in this air conditioning system and shit. They pumping too much cold air in here.
Yeah. When did they pump cold air? When Rocket came back to his cell and saw all his homies dead? Yeah, that's when cold air came in.
Yeah. Got this dusty ass system. They need to change the filter on this air conditioning, man. Dusty in this bitch. Them same men watch this Superman movie like, fuck that dog, man. Kill this dog. It's a fucking badass dog, dude. I'll send that motherfucker back to the pound.
I'm not mad at the dog. I'm mad it's not
We're not adopting him. No,
it's not a tough dog. It's not the actual crypto that I actually know that actually look like a dog that can whoop some ass. That little pit puppy yip ass dog.
Yeah, yip. That's the good name for him. Super yip. Dude has literally written everything for the DCU. And that's what I'm saying, JT. We had that conversation. You posed the question before. Maybe it's too much of a good thing. I thought about that shit, and it's like, yeah, it probably is. And this is what I'm seeing from these 3 projects. Why do they all seem so scattershot? Because it's not focused in the one thing. He's doing too goddamn much. And apparently he can't do that much because you get sparks of good stuff in each one of them, but the thing that ties them all together is the bullshit around it.
My thing is
concise.
He should know this coming from Marvel, that he knows that he was there. He knows that company wasn't built just by Kevin Feige. It was Kevin Feige and a whole bunch of other people that started that shit and had different people writing different things and different directors in order for it to make it work. So why would you think that you can come over here and restart an entire cinematic universe by your damn self when you know that's not even how the Marvel Cinematic Universe started?
Well, 3 things. Number 1, I've said that shit before. Right? Number 2, there was a brain trust of directors. All of them ain't there no more.
Mm-hmm.
One of them went to Warner Brothers and had his career ruined. Okay. 3rd thing is, I don't think he thought he could. But if they're going to offer him a shitload of money to do it, why the fuck not? Why not? What do you got to lose? Money? Credit? James Gunn comes from doing shitty ass Toxic Avenger movies. Those ain't cinema gold. They just gold because people like shit movies. That's where he comes from. This was a payout for him and a chance to put everybody he was friends with in shows. They could all get paid off of that shit too. Who else is casting Michael Rooker in anything other than James Gunn? Kevin Smith ain't even casting Michael Rooker and shit. And Kevin Smith good for casting people that he's casting other shit over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Rooker is a decent actor. He can play a good ass villain. But for the last, 15 years? He's been working under James Gunn. He ain't did another project. Nathan Fillion? They casting him in anything else?
Nope.
No. He working for James Gunn. His fucking wife? Where will she get to be the lead? The hot chick. Where else but in his projects? She'd be somebody's side friend, not the main. I don't have a problem with that necessarily, right? Spike Lee always uses the same actors over and over again if he can. Quentin Tarantino does it. I like that when you have a good director-actor connection. I like that. It shows that they get each other and they can keep doing movies together and they can keep reinventing characters for you, even though you know, man, it's the same person in front of the camera and behind it, but they keep making some fresh shit. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. The problem with James Gunn is his writing talents are stretched beyond his capacity, is what he's showing. And that he cannot do multiple projects like that. He's not Taylor Sheridan. Okay? That's what he's proven he's not. Warner might have thought they were getting that from him, but he wasn't the sole creator of the MCU universe. There was a brain trust there of other creative directors, namely him and Josh Whedon. He's not working with Josh right now. That's not who you got. You got the guy that brought the comedy into the MCU, that tainted everything else after it, that they can't even get away from now. He brought that. Cool. That's what he brought. Awesome. He's not giving you another Guardians because he doesn't have now the same constraints he had when he made Guardians. He was focused on one fucking project with a little budget. So all that good shit that's in Guardians is because his vision was only on doing the Guardians. That's it. It wasn't about, I got to do this movie over here. I got to do this animated show over here. And I have this series and these characters I need to write for too. No, it was about do these goddamn Guardians. Maybe you'll get another movie. Sole focus, sole vision. Everything creative that came out of him went into that one project and made it a hit. Even though most comic book fans know that's not the goddamn Guardians, dude. Yes, you have their names. Yes, you have sort of their powers. That's not the way they're portrayed in the comic books. We knew that. But the shit was funny.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny.
You made it work.
Made it work. Made them household names. Everybody knows what I am Groot means, even though in the comics we know Groot can actually talk, nigga. What are you doing?
He knows more languages than just his own.
Yeah, what the fuck? Rocket's battle cry is "I murdered you." Nigga. Like, what are you doing? Okay, and Gamora is not who you look to for emotional solace, nigga. No, she is a killer.
The galaxy's most lethal assassin.
She is a killer, bro. She lay motherfuckers out. When Thanos talk about leaving the spaceways with your blood, that's who he's sending to do that kind of shit.
He's sending her or fucking Nebula. And it's probably gonna be her.
Both of them. You better hope you get Nebula. Because Gamora is a problem. Okay.
We're not even talking about any of the other members of the Guardians. We're not talking about Quasar, the real Adam Warlock, Moon Knight. I mean Moon Dragon. We're not
the real Yondu. Look, we ain't talking about none of that shit. James Gunn gave you hillbillies in space. Dumb hillbillies in space. Everybody in the original Guardians movie is stupid in some form or fashion. That's Rocket's frustration. They're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb. Gamora says it. I'm gonna die with a bunch of idiots. Yeah, because everybody else in that motherfucker are fucking idiots.
Even fucking Drax.
It was. It worked. It was shit that people hadn't seen from Marvel before, and it was funny. So funny, in fact, they tried to pivot the whole franchises onto that humorous track because it worked so well, and fucked up everything else they did after that. Because they can't get away from that goddamn humor. Well, James Gunn took that humor to Warner Brothers. He did it in the Suicide Squad movie. It kind of worked. They gave him the Peacemaker show. It kind of worked again. They gave him the whole universe. The shit is not working. We've seen it too many times. Give us another trick. Is that the only rabbit you have in your hat, Mr. Magician? Look, you got to do something else. We like you. You got to give us something else.
Because you still got supposed to be doing what, season 2 of Creature Commandos too? That's still supposed to be down the pipe. So it's like, God damn, bro. we got what? Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, Batman, Brave and the Bold. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Woman of Tomorrow better be written by somebody other than James Gunn. If you want that movie to be good, it better be written by somebody other than James Gunn. It could be too much of a good thing, like you were saying, JT. And this is not me disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing. I'm just pointing out how much of how true that shit is. It's scattershot. He is better working on one project solely at a time. Don't tell him he's getting more. Just let him focus on that one. And that's been proven now. That has been proven now. It's not that I'm making some wild speculation limiting his abilities. No, he's already proved it. You look at the last 3 things you've seen from him outside of Guardians 3, how good have they been? Mixed results on all of them. But when he can focus on something, just that thing, it can be really good. Then he needs to just focus on one thing. He doesn't need to run a studio where he's responsible for everything. No, he don't need to do that. He is not the one to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people can do multiple things like that and have them all be money. He ain't the dude. And that's not a knock against him. It's just an observation. It's just an observation, James. I don't give a shit about you hiring everybody. I just don't think your wife is the prettiest thing around. I just don't. Your freaky sex life or what you want to do sexually is not my interest.
We don't need to see that in your TV shows, sir. I
don't know if I'm getting old or what. I just don't really care about seeing that shit that much. I don't. There's avenues I can look to watch shit like that. This ain't it. I don't look for that shit in Warner Brothers. I can look at Prime and watch The Boys and see this latest episode of Gen V where he's just on camera pulling a guy out of his fucking asshole with a leash on. I'm like, this show has to end. This show has to end.
I can only take so much superhero depravity.
Exactly. There's only so much depravity that you've done it so much now. It's just like, it's not even interesting now. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Baseless pandering. It's not even shock value anymore. It's like, okay, great. A white boy with a dog collar on coming out of another white boy's ass, and they're supposed to be frat boys. And now he gets to walk around with a diaper. It's supposed to be a hazing Hell Week situation. What's the episode about? What's the episode about? Let's just move on.
Oh, that is the episode.
I say this many a times. I'm from the Bay Area. The Bay being San Francisco Bay Area. This shit is not new to me. It's not shocking. It's just fucking boring now. We in October right now. The exotic erotic is right around the corner, nigga.
Oh yeah.
This will be on display in real life very soon. Get to my fucking show and skip all of this shit, please. Some of this shit that wouldn't even belong on a college campus. That's some adult depravity shit. Not college.
Only on the dark corners of the internet or in little private hotel rooms and shit.
Dead Set gotta, work on some other shit instead of the projects he want to work on. But this shit is on Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Bro. So anyway,
Hillbillies back to
yes, that's what he gave you.
Yeah. It get back to my question. What I always ask back, one of the reasons why I stopped watching the Arrowverse. What does any of this shit have to do with superheroes fighting crime, battling evil, and saving the goddamn day?
Nothing. Because like I said, they only have two things that they could focus on nowadays, right? Their genitals and their fucking feelings. Nothing bigger. Nothing grander. That's just it.
Why I stopped watching Arrow and all of the shows on the seat Flash. I said, dude, are we gonna talk about our damn feelings, or are we gonna fight bad guys? Like, what are we doing? Come on.
About our feelings the whole time and let the bad guys keep running amok. Fracture said hillbillies in space, hillbillies in Seattle, hillbillies in Smallville, hillbillies in Corto Maltese, hillbillies in whatever country was in Creature Commandos. Yeah, you see it now, don't you? You're welcome.
Oh, you about to get hillbillies on Oa too, because you don't forget the Lantern show that's coming out.
Well, maybe. I don't know if he's writing that one, but maybe.
Please don't. Maybe. Don't fuck up Hal and John. Don't do it.
Oa. Yeah, hillbillies of Oa.
Because I'm actually looking forward to that show. Because that was actually one idea that I've always wanted. I said they should do a Green Lantern show because there's enough of them motherfuckers that you can make like a team up show.
I would want to see a Green Lantern show if it didn't happen on Earth the whole time because it's supposed to be a buddy cop show.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I want it in space. I don't want it on Earth.
No, I don't want it on Earth. There's not enough imagination down here, and they're too limited down here.
It's like 3i Atlas. Yeah, no intelligent life.
Yeah, no intelligent.
It's gonna keep on passing by.
Pass on by, man. Don't stop here. It's a truck stop that looks shady. Don't stop.
We're gonna do the Ben. We're gonna do the Ben Grimm and slingshot around the sun.
Mm-hmm. No. So, Green Lanterns. If it was out in space, it'd be awesome. I'm not sure what it's going to be. I like the actors that they pick for Jon Stewart. I like the actor that they pick for Hal Jordan. I don't know what the show is going to be. Buddy cop stuff means white dudes arguing with black dudes. It ain't going to be 48 hours, motherfucker. So I guess it'll remain to be seen. But
they keep sensitive to do that shit.
What I do know they won't have is any CG outfit movie. They won't have that Ryan Reynolds outfit shit, which didn't ruin his career, did it? But he hates that shit. Why? Studio involvement, motherfucker.
Him and Taika Waititi was both in it.
They're both small and insignificant. That should be the title of this stream. They're both small and insignificant. Your genitals and your fucking feelings. Yes. That has nothing to do with writing a good story. It can be a part of something in a story that makes it resonate with the character, but it's not that big of it. It's not the whole fucking story.
Still got to entertain me for the next hour and 45 minutes.
At the very least, it should be entertaining for something. Well, I'm not showing up for a 2-hour cuddle session. Or why you mad and you have feelings. I don't give a fuck. If it's not important to the overarching story, fuck your feelings. Like, I say this, Peacemaker. The sparks of stuff that was good, JT, but they just ran over it and forgot all about it, right? Episode 7, where Chris sees Vigilante and them beating his brother's ass, his brother from another dimension's ass, and he gives that guttural scream out. That was actually powerful because basically he's seeing his brother get killed again. He didn't want that to happen. Traumatized. He saves his brother in a sense. His brother gets taken away in an ambulance. Do you realize, to me, at that moment, you turned Keith into Peacemaker from our universe? But you don't see what happens with Keith. Keith just turned into the Peacemaker of that universe. Why? Because his brother's been killed and he just watched his father be killed. He just turned into our Peacemaker in that universe. In Nazi world. What do you think that's going to do? What do you think would happen with him? That was actually interesting. That shit went through so fucking quick. Crap through a goose is slower. That is fertile ground for writing, for story. If you want to talk about some emotions going on, like Charles is saying, PTSD. That's some PTSD shit. Peacemaker has a lot of it. That was a good scene. That scene was over and done with really quickly. Just like the turn of Augie, you're finding out, yeah, he is in Nazi world, but he ain't no fucking Nazi and he don't like him. That was interesting. Like, holy shit, really? Tell me more. Oh, we killing this motherfucker. James, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What the hell are you doing? That was the most interesting shit in the episode. Not a 200-pound black girl with big equalizer titties running from white folks. No. Not a bunch of dumbass white folks jumping in the pool to chase her instead of running around the other side of the pool so a little Korean dude can shock them. Are you fucking... Dude, I saw Deadpool 2. I saw Deadpool 2. What are you doing? That's dumb. No. This scene, that dude sitting there talking to them in his fucking kitchen was more interesting than the whole fucking episode, and they killed that goddamn character and ran on to some other shit. What are you doing, James? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, a super villain origin story. If Keith wasn't a villain in that world, he became one that day. He became one that day in that kitchen when he found out you killed my fucking brother and y'all just sat here and killed my father and then tried to take my life. I am coming for y'all. I am coming. Bear witness. There will be triumph. Bloody triumph. Dude, that was it. That was the goal. He erased both of those characters. He erased to get us back to, oh, let's go to the Nelson concert. Fuck your concert and your goddamn feelings because a bitch kissed you. Now you feel some kind of way. Oh my goddamn God, dude. What are you, 3? I'm back on the playground. He been pissed off this whole show because she wouldn't acknowledge kissing him. Man, get over yourself. You just had a whole fucking orgy in your house with drugs and everything. You worried about this bitch kissing you? Look, you just got to go to the other dimension and fuck the one that looks like her. So what are you upset about? It meant something. Let me know it meant something. Man, emotional damage.
Is he stepping out?
Completely. Because,
shit.
Because I'm sitting there watching the episode and I'm like, I'm listening to Peacemaker talk and how he's relating to her. I said, this is James. This is just James. This is not the character of Chris Smith. This is James Gunn about how he looks at his wife. Fine, it's your wife, dude. Totally simp out for your wife. That's your business. Do what you will. Wear a leash, whatever the fuck. But this is dumb for this character. And you say it's Star-Lord much? Now you know where that shit comes from. It's James Gunn simping for his wife. That's all it is.
Oh gosh.
Look,
It all connects.
Kevin Smith is a simp for his wife. You might see her in a couple of movies, but she ain't never in the lead role. He ain't simping that goddamn much. James will put his wife front and center in everything. Watch the intro. How much is she front and center? She got 2 roles in it. Watch the show. The whole show, you trying to get to what's hardcore's problems and what's her thing. I don't give a fuck about hardcore. The show is called Peacemaker, not hardcore. That is a nothing character. I'd be more interested in what was going on with Adrian Vigilante and his relationship with his fucking mama than what's going on with hardcore. Oh, she just like to go out and beat up big ass dudes. She can't. But if you want to do a Fight Club movie with your wife starring in it, go do it. I'm interested in what's happening with this Peacemaker situation because that's what I tuned back in for.
Mm-hmm.
She's probably a white 3. Fine. Who gives a fuck? I'm not showing up for her. Lynn Weiss. Yeah, Lynn Weissman was simping for what's her name? When he was married to her. And Paul Anderson was simping for his wife.
Oh,
look, Lynn, look, we got the same taste, man. I like what's her name? I'm not forgetting her name at the moment, but I like her. Yeah, Kate, thank you, man. My little British chick. And she a freak. I've seen enough of her interviews. She's a fucking freak. And she like regular dudes. So I might have a shot if I run into her. And she 50.
Oh, so she in striking range. It's on.
Well, I'm striking range. She got the little accent and shit. She like funny guys. I'm funny sometimes.
Look, Artisan, just bring your pool stick and go shoot some. She might be impressed.
Never know. Maybe we can roll one time. I only need it one time. I just want to borrow it. I don't have to keep it. You don't have to like me forever. But let me borrow it one time, Kate. I'm just saying. He simped out for her too. It didn't do him no good. She ended up leaving his ass too. She fickle, man. That's how chicks like that are. Yeah.
Yeah, she ran into she jumped on Pete Davidson. I was like, how the hell did he swing that? I was wondering.
Because she liked weird regular dudes. He was a whole drug addict, far as I remember. Like, god damn, is he that funny? And that's what he left her and then went with fucking
Kardashian.
I'm like, what does Pete have going on?
Like, he was with Ariana Grande, Kate Beckinsale. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, what kind of jokes is he telling?
I need to stop calling him Pete Davidson and just call him Pete D.
I'm like, nigga, what type of knock jokes are you telling?
Man, that motherfucker got black swagger. he knocking them down on the hush. Like I didn't even know he was fucking with her till I saw the pictures. Like he was fucking Kate Beckinsale. How did that happen? She is definitely weird. You listen to her interviews and the shit she likes, she is a weirdo. She is a fucking nerdy and dirty motherfucker. like, oh shit, I gotta go to Europe. So I might have a shot. You never know. She might be into some weird shit. She might be researching the geek role or something. I don't fucking know. It don't matter. Either way, James is simping for his wife. That's his right. This is right. This is right. He can simp for his fucking wife. Just don't think that's entertaining to everybody else. It's not entertaining to me. The more entertaining stuff that happened in this show was not happening around your fucking wife's character. As much as you want to make the show about your wife's character, it wasn't. All this simp shit that's coming out of these characters is just you. You're not writing the character now. You're just writing you. And there's a difference between a writer writing a character and a writer writing themselves. You know, we're kind of savvy to this self-insert shit nowadays. And I would say this, so we just clarify it. Does anybody think James Gunn is a racist? Beast, do you think James Gunn is a racist? Because I would ask you that if you saw season 1 and how he wrote the father so good. Is it coming from him? Or is he just being creative? Is it just a character? Some stuff is creative vision. Some stuff is self-inserts. All that simp shit out of Peacemaker in season 2 is you, James. Stop it. Because the character himself would not behave like that. Just based on what you showed us in the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker 1. That's you. You're putting too much of your own bullshit into it. Write a story for the characters about what the characters are doing, which means you put your mindset in the mind of the characters, not how you act, how they would act. Artisan is telling on himself again. How so? That I like Kate Beckinsale? I've said that forever. I like me a chick with an accent. I do. And I'm not color struck, so I like all kinds of women. So that's not telling on myself. That has been mainly widely established. I see pretty women in all kinds of colors, and I wouldn't mind having my color all up in them.
Look, I wanted some of the underworld a long time ago.
I wanted some of the underworld a long time ago. First time I saw her was like, hell yes.
Celine.
Celine. That's Celine. Who the fuck is that? She got nice lips.
Look, Victor don't believe you, baby, but I do. I do.
Yeah, he don't believe you. And she didn't have to have no triple double D's or nothing like that. She don't. She's probably like a C cup.
She's a regular chick.
Sexy is sexy to me. That does not matter. Color is not an object. Color is not an obstacle. My penis only sees pink.
The same color when the lights go out, as has been said before.
Yeah. And yes, Rosie, Dr. Rosie, Pete Davidson does look dirty, like he needs a shower. He does. He looks like you need to be getting some tests before you start doing anything sexual with this motherfucker.
He's been with a few more chicks too. That's what he got, like a list. Those are just three. I can remember.
That motherfucker knocking them down. I can't hate on him. Something is working. Like, that humor go a long way. I like you and I want you. We can do it easy way. You can do it the hard way. The choice is yours. Shut up, Charles. And JT said, no, his daddy probably is. You know, he got daddy issues. Yeah, we know he got daddy issues. He does. He likes his, I guess it's his sexual daddy. I don't know. So, yeah, maybe. Because, look, the hillbilly thing is true. You saw Superman. What was Mom, Pa Kent? Fucking hillbillies.
Hillbilly.
Ignorant little hillbillies. That's why I was pissed off about them and the depiction of them. And I was like, man, you made them fucking retards. Holy shit. How did Clark make it out of this home?
The
dad was way on the spectrum, dude. Like, holy shit. And just like in Peacemaker season 2, you got one strong scene with the father talking to Clark that was golden. And right after that, he fucked it all off. All the rest of it was crap. It was all crap. Scattershot. So yeah, we know he got daddy issues. We do. That's why he was always fucking over daddies and shit. But he wrote this good scene with Augie in Nazi World. That was a good scene. Killed him right after it too. I'm like, bruh. The fuck? You let that racist shit play longer than this. Vampire foreplay. Yep. Nibbles. Her pet name is Nibbles.
I'm gonna choke on the damn candy.
Yeah, safe word is harder. My safe phrase is I didn't feel that. That didn't hurt.
You gonna play Salim, I'm gonna play Stack. How about that? We got both S's in our name.
Stack and Celine. I don't know. That's why I fucking what's her name? Can get it nowadays. She grown up. That little bitch is sexy. Sorry. That sexy little quarter black girl right there.
I was just gonna say Mary might have a problem, but
You told me you love me. It's so hard. Like, I agree with all of that shit. He didn't need to tell you he loved you though. And Rosie just laughing. The audience giggles.
Well, I watched a YouTube compilation of a bunch of people reacting to that clip. I was like, you must ain't never been around Southern white girls, because that's how the real Southern white chicks be talking.
I've been around hood ass white girls that talk like that.
Mm-hmm.
It will shock you because you only used to. It shows what you're used to. You're used to that shit coming out of black folks' mouths. It's basically what it's telling you. You don't think that other people talk like this. Oh, they do. And that shit it can be jarring, but it's a reality, dude. So they closest to the street, they speak to speak. That's what it is. It can be entertaining sometimes. Sometimes I said, not all the time. Sometimes it can be entertaining. But that's your bias is thinking everything foul mouthed and stuff like that only come from black people. Remember that black folks were brought to this country and they learned from white folks.
Mm-hmm.
Even their depravity, even their language. So that's not your native language. You don't even know what your native language is anymore. So don't be surprised. It came from somewhere. Go to the South. There's white folks that eat grits too, nigga. And
Eat
love
grits, fried chicken, cornbread, collard greens. They'll eat that shit too.
It's all the same shit.
You'll see them in the fucking soul food spot more than you see black people sometimes.
Matter of fact, same one, depending on the city.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, the one here in Houston was just in the news. The one big one called "This Is It" was in the news. Oh, it's closing. It's one location. I said, "What a shocker!" And I remember seeing a bunch of white folks up in that motherfucker.
I love grits for sure. I love grits too. I just don't make them. But I get to someplace Southern, or I think they can make some good Southern food. I will have me some grits. I will have me some grits and eggs in a minute with pancakes, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I have all of that shit. So that's where it is for me, JT. Look at him, grits. Yes, nigga. Yes. That's where it is with me with James Gunn. The Peacemaker season 2 was mostly shit for me. I'm not saying there weren't good parts in it, but it was mostly shit. I ended up being very disappointed with that season for coming into it really hyped and looking forward to it. It let me down. Now, does that mean I'm swearing off of James Gunn? I think he needs to lose his job and shit like that? No, not at all. I just think he doesn't need to be writing everything. I can understand you have a vision. Well, my thinking is you line out the bullet points of where you want that vision to go and let other people go in and write and do what they do, because assumably you're hiring them because they're good at doing that kind of thing. So let them do it. Let them do it. Because Your ideas are finite, and your style is waning on people in the audience. We've seen it too many fucking times. I have hope for the Supergirl movie, but only if it's not written by you. Because then we can get a fresh take on it. Otherwise, I'm going to get Superman mixed with Peacemaker. And that's not going to be good, especially since both of those failed in their own ways. They couldn't function separately. They're not going to function rolled into one character.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get a serious superhero movie at some point. That's that's the problem.
He doesn't do serious superhero movies. That's the point. He can't give you what he doesn't do. He doesn't do that. That's not what he does. Mind you, like I said, he brought the humor into Marvel. Because they were kind of serious superheroes before then. Watch Thor, the first Thor movie, and tell me how funny that shit is. Where are the jokes? Where's the Taika Waititi Thor Ragnarok shit? Non-existent. Because they took the characters kind of seriously. James Gunn doesn't do serious superhero movies. And that's fine. Doesn't have to. Let him be James Gunn. Get somebody else that wants to do a serious superhero movie. Because a serious superhero movie was Christopher Nolan. But people don't like realism anymore. Or that serious and brooding shit. And they don't like Zack Snyder either because he's too serious and too dark. Well, this is what you got. Fucking Candyland. With pratfalls and ass jokes.
Bright colorful dog shit.
Bright colors and Beavis and Butthead. Now you want serious. Then somebody else is going to have to give it to you. He doesn't need to lose his job. He just needs to have somebody else writing. Somebody else needs to pick up the pen and write a story, a script for him and let him approve it and let it go forward. All the best stuff in Star Wars was not written by George Lucas. But George did sign off on some of that shit. That universe was growing for a while until Disney bought it. Growing. Leaps and bounds. You want this DCEU to grow? To have a shelf life more than a year or two before you got to start rebooting shit? Or should I say 5 to 10 years? You're going to have to let somebody else hold the pen. You give some direction, let them write and fulfill, execute the plan. Because, yeah, to Triv, look, Timothy Zahn. I didn't have to say it. You knew it. As soon as I said it, you knew it. Look, it's not a mystery to me that you want to lead up to doing Darkseid. I don't want to see Darkseid from you. I'm not interested. You think you're slick in trying to pull all Zack Snyder shit into yours and just wrap it into James Gunn stuff. I know you're fucking friends. I know you're friends. I know you don't have no hate for Zack Snyder. Which you shouldn't. Y'all both getting fucked over by the same machine right now. You just having your turn on the same bitch. The same one Josh Whedon had to go give it up to. Same one Zack Snyder had to give it up to. You having your turn at it now, too. I'm not interested in seeing your dark side. For the same reason Beastly Nerd just alliterated. That's not even the right word there either. Anyway, for the same thing that Beastly Nerd said, it's not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious enough to give me a serious dark side. I don't want a funny dark side. I would not look forward to that at all. I don't need dark side cracking jokes. I need dark side with his hands behind his back, Omega beaming motherfuckers, and being a threat, standing still, just looking at you like, we need to get the fuck out of here. I need a serious threat. You cannot deliver that.
Looking for the anti-life equation.
You can't deliver that. Your what was his name? I'm forgetting his name is slipping by me. High Evolutionary was kind of scary. Kind of. Not fully, but kind of, because he was so cruel and callous. If that's the best you can do for a character on that scale, no, I don't want to see your dark side. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you're setting up. I do not care. I don't want to see you doing dark side. Do something else. Give me a cold, humorous Brainiac. But I don't want you doing dark side. You know who I thought could pull off dark side? Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder could have pulled off a dark side. That was intimidating. That when you saw him start moving and start punching people in their goddamn face, you was like, holy shit, this is going to be epic. And Omega Beams wasn't enough. He putting hands on you? Oops. That was something Zack Snyder could have gave you. That is not something you can give us. I wouldn't want to see it. Sorry. I keep using this name, but that would be like Christopher Nolan giving me comedy. That is not what you do, bro. Give
that
me
didn't sound right.
Doing, yeah, exactly. Don't start doing fucking comedy. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, I don't want to see it. It wouldn't even be funny. It'd be like Stephen Hawking trying to crack a joke. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
My thing is, it's too late to fire James Gunn. We 3 projects in. What the fuck we talking about? You might as well keep the ball going. You better just hire help.
It's never too late. If we could have thought Kathleen Kennedy should have been fired after Force Awakens and Last Jedi, it ain't too late for him to actually be fired. It's a different company. They filmed a whole movie and shit like that and threw that shit down a hole. Yeah, fuck that. Right off. Bye. It's never too late.
Yeah, Batgirl.
It's never too late. We recall governors and shit. It's never too late. This country has kicked out a president sitting. It's never too late. It's never too late to say fuck you.
No, I'm saying that for all the people that was riding his tip, they was giving him all his love. I said, now all of a sudden you see the numbers, and you after your second or third viewing of Superman, and you watch what happened in Peace Paper, now you got a problem. I said, nah, I told you this shit was gonna be problematic. You didn't listen. You wanted to argue with me and tell me I was wrong and shit.
No, see, that's the thing. I still like James Gunn.
Me too.
This is just a critique. This is just an honest, critical critique on what he has done. I still like James Gunn. I don't mind him being in DC. He just needs to pass the pen. That's all.
He needs help. He needs help.
That's not your forte. Your forte is not running the whole fucking universe. That's not it. You can still be the head of this shit, but you need some other help. You need a brain trust. You do.
Is it too late? Is it too late to get some former comic book pros up in there to help him write this shit, since he is doing comic book movies?
Jeff Johns is problematic, but Jeff Johns knows the characters. He can write. He's just not personable to people. because he's actually an asshole. He's not a movie television guy. He's a comic book guy. You know, some asshole sitting in his house writing shit on his fucking computer or sitting at Starbucks. He's not personable. Fine, he's not supposed to be there like that. That's the job of directors.
Need you to write.
Yeah, people that actually went to school to learn how to do this directing thing and work with actors and all this shit and writers and stuff. That's their job to be there doing that shit. Your job is to write this shit and sit your ass in the background, wait for you know, the premiere. You ain't supposed to be there on the set talking to people because you're not good at it. That's why you write. Just saying. So JT is saying the real question is, who is the current DCU for? Apparently, it's just for James Gunn right now. Everything has been rated R except Superman, and yet it all needs to be consumed to get a full story. Because it's just for James Gunn. Like I said, your personal proclivities are not what the shit is about. You can like all of that shit. You can like all of that shit. I don't care. I don't think it has any place in Warner Brothers. Well, I should back up. I don't think it has any place in DC like that. Especially not on this media that you want to be consumed, because my most troubling thing is how people keep trying to push this shit on children. Mm-hmm. You made Superman for mass audiences, but the problem is you made Superman for mass audiences and then directed them all to Peacemaker, saying it's the follow-up or the sequel to that Superman. That in the first episode, you got swinging dicks and everything. That's not for fucking kids. I don't know what kid you thought that was for, but that was not for the kid that went and saw the Superman movie. It's not. That's not what you selling popcorn buckets and toys and shit like that for, to come over and watch Peacemaker and see this piece making it in the first episode. No fucking way, dude. What are you thinking? Do you have kids? Because you don't seem to understand that. That is not for kids.
That's the type of shit to get your ass whooped.
That's the kind of shit that gets you brought up on charges, motherfucker. If I had a relative that came to my house, took my kids to the movies, and then they wanted to come back to the house and sit down and watch a show, and that's what the fuck he put on, I'd be beating his fucking ass in the house. That motherfucker would be banned from coming around the house. What happened to Uncle Chester? He don't come around here. We don't have no Uncle Chester.
Mm-hmm. Uncle who?
Yeah. Uncle who? That motherfucker is excommunicated from the family for that shit. No. That's what you're doing. That's what you have done. That ain't okay, bro. It's not. Because I don't know what narrow range of fans you're trying to reach. But this needs to play to everybody, which Superman did. There is no fucking way in hell anybody who took their kid to watch Superman should be taking them to watch Peacemaker. And you shouldn't have been selling it that way. Yeah, Charles, excommunicated like John Wick. Like, you we kill people, but you killed the wrong person. But not
you conducted business on continental grounds.
Yeah, bro. No. So we should revisit James Marvel firing. No, that shit is all done with. That was Disney's choice. I still don't know what the hell his tweet, whatever the fuck he posted, was that they dug up to try to get him fired from Disney. I don't know what it was. Don't matter now. It's ancient history. What is current history is what you just did. If you want to be upset about something, be upset about what they did just now and not what they did fucking 10 years ago or something. This shit right now is not okay. That was not a lead in for Superman, motherfucker. No. In the first episode, holy shit. What did you think you were doing? Who did you think you were bringing over to this shit? Adults? I'm an adult. I can have freaky sex. That shit turned me off. Like, what is this? Ugh. No, bro, that's not it. I really have a distaste for people trying to proselytize sexual deviancy to children.
Yep.
It's happening all over our media right now, which is really bothersome to me. Really bothersome. Because I see it for what it is. You can do whatever the fuck you want to, but it has no place with kids. Not in front of their eyes, not in their field of vision. This is not something you put in front of their face the whole time.
As I say, leave the babies alone.
The best show from Warner Brothers, I could say in the last 5 years, is The Penguin. The Penguin was an awesome show. You never saw anybody's junk. Not once. It didn't even involve sex. And they had prostitutes in it. But it was the best show, comic book character show, I think that's been made. Better than Daredevil season 1. That show was awesome. There was no sex in the show the whole time. None. Your follow-up show got to have perversion all over it, and it's not good. That sex is not covering up the fact that your story is lacking. That's not covering up the fact. It's not getting eyeballs because it's shocking. I'm not shocked. I'm insulted. I'm disappointed. And I'm really looking at you with the side eye and like, why'd you tell this audience for Superman to come over here and watch this?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck is your problem? Huh. Who do you think that like crypto needs to be coming over and watching this show? Who? Y'all in Hollywood on some bullshit. He tweeted some weird kid stuff. He don't have no fucking kids. Most of these motherfuckers that put out this content that they want your kids to imbibe don't have children. You really should think about that. But they don't have a problem throwing all this sexually perverse shit out in front of your children. Why? What's the benefit? And I'm not no puritanical motherfucker. I'm just saying some of this shit don't belong before kids' eyes.
Mm-hmm.
When they grow up, they can do it if they want to. It just don't belong in front of their eyes. They don't need to discover it like this. That you putting it on.
Yeah, it's fuck shit behavior, and fuck shit behavior should be at the back of the store, behind the velvet curtain and the glass doors
Behind
that
the
you
beads. Put it back behind the beads.
Yeah, just like when we went to the video store when we was kids, it was blocked off and was not for kids.
There is a kid's world and there is an adult world. Kids grow up into the adult world. The adult world does not need to be forced on kids unless you got a penchant for trying to fuck children. Or you need to bloat your numbers in deviancy. I'm not for that. That shit is not cool. I could take my granddaughter, who is 6, to see Superman and get in and out of that movie without having to really explain anything. She could have a good time with that. I would not sit down with my 6-year-old granddaughter and watch Peacemaker episode 1. Peacemaker episode 2. I wouldn't. I would be considered a bad parent if I did that. A bad grandparent at that. No. No. So who are you doing this for? You just want to let everybody else know what you into? I don't give a fuck. I'm not in your bedroom. And I didn't ask. I'm sure nobody else cares either. You got a wife. I don't need to know if she's pegging you. I don't need to know that shit. If Harcourt is her play name in the bedroom, I don't need to know that shit.
Oh damn! You just put that in my mind. That's not where you got the fucking name from.
And that's why. You the peg boy.
Why you call her hardcore? Well,
Harcourt. It's her pet name. I don't care. If you like it, enjoy it. I don't care. I just don't think it needs to be put out there for everybody. It's not everybody else's business. And I don't think everybody else asked. It is a sickness, Abba. Yeah, it is a sickness.
Because you got to remember what you're adapting. You're adapting comic books that used to have a core message. And if you're putting the depravity in this shit, you're diluting that message that originally purpose of what the comics were for.
They were usually designed for children.
Yep.
This is the same reason why, one of the reasons why the Acolyte shit is so horrendous to Star Wars. Star Wars was always created for kids to give them a sense of wonder. Yeah, you knew people had babies. You need to see it. That's why you didn't get into trans and lesbian shit. Because that has no place in Star Wars, motherfucker. That'd be like putting that shit into, I don't know, a kid's story, a cartoon. Y'all running amok right now. This is why aliens don't need to come down here. Because all you're going to do is try to have sex with them. Or fuck up their alien babies.
Or they might just send the extermination squads. They said, fuck them. This is
yeah, we got past this in our universe. We gonna wipe it out here. We know exactly how to deal with this kind of weirdness.
Hey, send the giant kaiju in. Just take out the cities. Just
raise the planet. Throw some of these asteroids from the Kuiper Belt at that bitch. Let the natural laws of gravity and electromagnetics take care of it. What was that line that Ultron had in Age of Ultron? It took 1,000 years before the dinosaurs got there, dude. And fate is winding up again.
Mm-hmm. About to drop a pebble on your ass.
Yeah, so there you go. Artisan Gunn's next movie is a spinoff of Peacemaker, Hardcore and Peg Boy, loosely based on his life.
Don't give her no ideas, Artisan. Don't fucking do that.
Season 3, Hardcore and Peg Boy.
And because Gunn's goofy ass is goofy enough to do some shit like that in the next season.
You know, he listened to the internet. He'll have it on a screen somewhere, just like the damn monkeys at a computer and shit. Because he take their shit personal. This could be fun.
Of monkey, speaking of monkey, that reminded me. Did you see the trailer for Primate?
No.
I said, this is how far Hollywood is falling the fuck off. It's a movie about people that have a pet chimpanzee and the son of a bitch gets bit and has rabies and goes feral. I was like, so I'm about to watch a whole bunch of young white kids get fucked up by a chimpanzee. Is that what you're telling me?
No, so basically you took the plot from Cujo and made it a monkey. That's basically the plot of fucking Cujo.
Yep. Basically.
Cujo, the 80s horror movie. It might have been Stephen King who wrote the shit.
Yeah, it was Stephen King.
The dog got bit by a bat on his nose. and he had rabies, and the dog kind of went crazy. And so when Dee Wallace's character came out there to get her car fixed, they got attacked by Cujo, the big fucking drooling Saint Bernard. Holy shit, dude. No original ideas. Now, thank you, Beastly, for telling me another movie I don't have to watch. Don't look for a review, y'all. I'm not watching that shit. Fuck you. You want me to watch that bitch? Pay for it. I'm not doing it.
January night.
I will steer clear of January night. There should be some other astronomical phenomenon happening. I need to be paying. Fuck.
Look, if they pay, they got to pay for the psychological treatment after.
Pay for my therapy. I'm not talking about the movie ticket. I'm talking about therapy, nigga. You gonna pay my doctor to talk to me about that shit. Oh my god. That made my head hurt, Beast. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry.
That actually made my fucking head hurt. Fuck me.
Because of the unoriginalness of Hollywood is just a stupid ass.
Yeah. What if we do Cujo with a monkey? Sure, $100 million, motherfucker.
A monkey that they has been said that you shouldn't fucking keep as a pet anyway. A chimpanzee.
Chimps don't need to get bit by rabies to rip people apart. You know that, right?
No, they don't.
That happened up here in California at that people that own this chimp, and they put it on the little old chimp reserve, and they went to visit, and the woman had a different hat on, and the chimp that they had in their house the whole time went fucking berserk on her ass.
And
ripped her and her husband apart since the husband was trying to protect her, ripped all kind of shit off of that dude. There are only before and after pictures of this motherfucker. And he don't look like he used to look at all. That chimp went fucking chimp on them for wearing a different hat. Didn't recognize her. That motherfucker went the hell off. I think, if I remember correctly, they had to put that motherfucking chimp down.
They had to kill him.
Yeah, he didn't get bit by rabies. That motherfucker was just like, bitch, you wearing something different?
That's what one of the manyest stories. The chick who had the one chip in the house with the hoodie and sneakers on, and he fucking ripped the fucking nose off and everything, tore her lips off.
No, Rosie. A bite is something a dog does to you. He mauled that bitch. He mauled her because he can't bite her whole face. Scratched and chewed her ass. Both of them. Two grown-ass adults. That was horrific. That was a horrific story. But they California people, oh, I had a pet chimp. Why the fuck do you have a pet chimp? Who are you?
Just get a dog and call it a day.
Even wild dogs they put down. You had a whole fucking chimp? Y'all motherfuckers, these white folks is crazy, dude. White folks is crazy. I'm a black dude. I can't even have a pit bull, but y'all got whole chimps and shit. Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. That was a horrifying case. That shit happened here. Not fuck. How many years ago? Fuck. Not long.
What about 10 years ago? 10, 15?
You can look that shit up.
That was recent.
2000. If it's not the late 90s, it's in the 2000 block. You can find that news story in California.
I remember that story. I remember
that was horrific.
That one and the woman who had the pet chimp in the house where he ripped her fucking lips off and her lipped her nose, and she was telling, I watched the whole story. She was telling that one, and it was a third one that was somebody else had a fucking chimp. I was like, that's when I said, maybe we shouldn't keep those as fucking pets in particular.
If you don't have a zoo or a wildlife show, a show like Marine World or something like that, you ain't supposed to have no goddamn chimp. They supposed to be out in Africa somewhere swinging in some fucking trees. You're not supposed to have those as pets. I don't give a fuck how human they are. No, they're not human. They're primates. And they revert to primate nature when it kicks in. You can't do nothing about that shit.
Oh, so you fuckers
Sit
trying to
in your
collect
position on the
silverback
food
gorillas.
chain. Yeah, sit in your lofty position on top of the food chain because you own handguns and be happy. Stop trying to bring these motherfuckers up to your level. They are not. These are wild animals. I don't give a fuck how you can make them ride a tricycle, what kind of diapers you put them in, and what kind of cute little outfits. They're animals. You do not sit at the same level anymore. Stop it.
And I don't think you want to bring them up to our level.
No, you don't. You
I
lose.
saw Planet of the Apes in fucking
You would lose.
Congo.
You're not strong enough. You would fucking lose. A lot of us. Charles, big ass in here. Charles and Black Bane would have a problem with a silverback gorilla. But you wouldn't see one of these motherfuckers having one as a pet. Why? Because they're not fucking stupid. And they black. They wouldn't let you have one. You would be able to be on the news having a pet gorilla in your house, nigga. No.
Hell.
No. You can't even have a fucking ferret in California. They come and get that shit. These motherfuckers had a whole chimpanzee. I didn't even know you could buy those goddamn.
Look, and look, even the people that do the circus shit with the animals tell you.
Charles got literally ape shit. Literally, Charles ape shit. No,
see, and there's that too. Artists, the people that do the little shows and shit tell you, remember, they're still fucking wild animals, and you need to treat them as such.
That's not Bubbles. Bubbles was still wild. Wasn't there a story that Bubbles kind of went crazy one time with Michael?
I thought that's why Mike gave him away.
Yeah. Because Bubbles started getting old. And like they started losing their shit. They're like, man, I don't want to be wearing this top hat and shit in this bellhop costume. Nigga, I'm a chimp.
I need to be roaming, swinging on some trees, eating bananas, slapping some female monkey ass or some shit like that.
Get back to nature. Get back to their natural environment. Because you don't know what old age for them look like, really. You don't. I have a 12 gauge, a pet 12 gauge shotgun. Yeah, you can call him Chim Chim. Fuck you. No, absolutely not. So anyway, I already ripped Peacemaker a new asshole. Not that they needed one. I'm not looking for a season 3, and frankly, I don't want to see one. I don't want to see a season 3. Nigga, I'm a chimp. Yeah, exactly. King Kong is my cousin.
Hold
on. Yeah, California is. We do. We let a lot of shit get away with it. I was in Berkeley yesterday. I hadn't been to Berkeley in a while, and I was driving through Berkeley, and I wanted to run over this goofy-looking white dude that was up there. Like, get your good goofy ass out the street. You look about as old as me, you crazy motherfucker. We let a lot of shit slide here in Cali. We do. Berserkly is called has the pseudonym of being called Berserkly for a reason. Some weird shit there. Weird people. Good pool hall. Weird people. Some fine chicks too. I'm just saying. College town. They need to get the fuck out of there. They're too young for me. Curious George, fictitious. That shit absent doesn't work in real life. Exactly. That's why they made a book. It's not really happening. It's a book. It's a character. A woman who had her face and hands all happened in 2009. Told you it was in the 2000 block. Look for that couple. Look for that couple. Sir, you need to get laid. That was the least of my damn. That's not even a problem. That was a lifestyle choice. Keep my creative energies inside instead of shooting them into one of these chicks.
I need a muse before I do that.
Yeah. I had a friend ask me the other day. She asked me about, oh, you got a girlfriend? I said, absolutely not. I don't have time for them kind of problems. I don't.
It's a headache.
I'm working too much and I'm doing too much of what I like to be trying to, infringe upon that shit with somebody who want to bitch at me about mundane bullshit that I don't care about. You hear me bitching about Peacemaker about all this feelings talk. Fuck you think I'm gonna do with that in my real life? Look, man, there's a point you get to when you are alone enough to where you enjoy peace. You get really clear about what disrupts that shit. It's really evident when it happens. And as I told my friend, I break out in sarcasm and cynicism from that shit. I have a really bad reaction to it. I don't like people disturbing my peace with bullshit that I know I'm past. I know I'm past it. Like, this is my friend that used to work at Tesla, right? So she's retired. She's been retired for a year now. And we having a catch-up conversation because now that she's retired, her husband is constantly bitching at her about not spending enough time with him because he doesn't work. He's been home for a while. And he's not a bum. He's like an architect or some shit. But he hasn't worked. They had the kids. The kids are both grown and gone off to college. Right? So it's just them in the house now, and she's retired. Well, she fills her time doing charitable work with the church and stuff like that and seeing friends and whatnot. Well, he's bored and pissed because she's not into the same things he's into and not spending enough time with him. Emotional bullshit.
Oh, Lord.
You think he got time for that shit? She was an engineer. You know what that means? She is not focused on fucking feelings. This motherfucker, with all the money that they have made, he's upset that she ain't interested in going to Disneyland multiple times with his ass. Imagine that. An Asian woman who's not interested in going to Disneyland all the time. She ain't interested in that shit. I was like, no kidding. That's been the same bitch you've been married to for damn near 20 goddamn years. She's never been interested. She just went because you and the boys were going. Well, the boys ain't there no more, nigga. She don't want to go with you.
You need to find some new shit. You need to find some new shit. It's not her fucking
thing. It's never been her thing. How did you not know that? That kind of shit is irritating. So I'm telling her about my situation, why I don't have anybody. I said, well, I told her what I was doing this last year. Well, I traveled a couple times. I went places with my company because I can go. I don't have to check with nobody. There is nobody at home that I have to check with. I don't devolve my decision-making processes to some woman. That is not my goddamn mama. And I don't live with her. So I don't have to go back and ask somebody else if it's okay if I go away for 2 weeks for work. No. But if I did, would I want to have to hear that argument? That whiny shit on the phone? I miss you. Why you had to go?
I don't want to hear that time with me. You don't never come. Yeah, you always working.
Look, Prince said it very clearly in one of his last songs. Anything that takes away, that requires you to focus on them, has lost their purpose. Because that's not your purpose. Your purpose isn't to be fixated on them. Your purpose is to be fixated on a goal that helps everybody. That's what their purpose is supposed to be too. Anybody that expects you to be focused on them that goddamn much ain't got shit else to do. I don't have time for that. I'm focused on the things that I'm doing, and I don't have to ask anybody about doing them. I don't have to clear them with anybody and make sure it rubs their feelings the right way, which means I have no time for that emotional shit. That is not where I'm at. I get further without it than with it.
Asking for permission.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. A man must protect his peace. Yeah, at this age, you have to. That's all you got left.
That's what I tell people.
Look, getting laid might have been the remedy for a lot of ailments when I was 20 and 30. It's not the cure for a lot of ailments now. It's just a doorway to a lot more fucking issues. Because people put too much into sex. that is supposed to mean something. Yeah, it means the parts fit. They always do. That's how we're designed. The parts always fit together. All that emotional shit that they want to put into it is the door that you open when you start doing that shit. That's where all the drama comes from. My buddy Ron and Joe Herb, if he was still in here, he could echo this. He would co-sign this. My buddy Ron told me a long time ago, and he told me this shit while I was married. And he said, dude, if you think about the problems you have in life, your dick is probably the cause of most of them. It is. I don't have, and this is nothing against them, I love them to death, but I don't have a son because my dick makes good decisions. No. I got the drama from having a son that I do because I chose to fuck the woman I did under the conditions I chose to fuck her under, which means sex was not the solve for the problem. Yeah, it alleviated my boredom that night while I was at work, but it wasn't necessarily a good decision. Turned out all right. My son is awesome. So that's the silver lining behind the shit cloud. Fine. Some of the drama I've had in ex relationships I've had is because we was fucking. Because apparently we can be decent fucking friends if we're not fucking each other. As soon as we start fucking, people start catching some different kind of feelings and thinking they got some say-so over your ass. Sex ruined the relationship. But people that I haven't had sex with, I'm still friends with, and we have awesome relationships. Sex ruins things, dependent on the person, because of what they put into it. So no, sex is not the cure-all for problems. It's not. That's why most religions tell you to abstain from that shit so you can reach higher levels of enlightenment, because it becomes a distraction. And if you believe the Chinese way, it saps your fucking energy because you're constantly shooting it somewhere else, which makes you closer to dying quicker.
Constantly telling my younger cousin that running behind girls now. I'm like, I need you to remain focused, sir. Well, what's the goal here? Like, you can talk to them, but don't be letting the 2 or 3 that you're talking to distract you from what your mission and your purpose is.
It's your whole focus for a short amount of time, but you should be working on a larger goal and a broader focus than just that.
Which I give him credit. He's very good at doing that because Ban now he can't be. He got knocked out of the football season because he took a fucking hit and they put him on concussion protocol and just took him out for the rest of the season. But now he's making the transition to basketball. So Ban in basketball is his focus primarily.
No, it's not. It's not that big of a thing. For me, I look at it like this: sex is a function. It's something you do. It can be fun, but it's all based on what you put into it. It is an empty bucket. It is an act that human beings perform. Nothing more, nothing less. That's why I don't give a shit about James Gunn with his sexual depravity. It's his business. Do it. I don't give a shit. I just don't want it in my media. What you do, what you into, that's your business. I'm not saying anything bad about it. Do what you do. Y'all grown-ups, right? You adults. Fine. I just don't need it everywhere. For me, I know sex is not the end-all be-all. It's not making my day brighter. It's not making my vision clearer. It's not making me more motivated to do the things that I want to do. It's not. It's taken away from that. So that is not the cure-all. It can be fun, like watching a movie, but ultimately it goes away in the same amount of time, if not less. and only opens the door to more drama if you allow it. So no, I don't need to just get laid. I need to have more intelligent people writing shows for people to use more fucking intelligence in the work that they put out there to the rest of the world. Because it is depressing to me to watch this stuff slide into the shitstorm abyss that it is falling into. And if you want a visual representation of what it looks like that fucking black hole in Superman. That's where all the creative ideas are going, boys and girls. That's what it looks like. That fucking black hole getting mashed up and coming back as fucking Bizarro. That's what it looks like. That primate thing that you just mentioned, Beastly.
Mm-hmm.
You told me 2 seconds about it, less than 2 minutes about it. I told you in less than 2 minutes what it was. Does it look like it's interesting to watch now?
Mm-mm.
I could be 100% wrong too, but I could be 50% fucking right. Cujo with a monkey. Awesome. That sounded creative.
No, this 100% is Cujo with a monkey.
Now that it's made in this day and time, does it even, without even knowing that it's Cujo, the fact that it's made in this day and time, do you even think it will be interesting with today's writers?
Hell no.
No, it's probably going to be some
Cujo
monkey
was
shit.
good.
Yeah, it's probably going to be some monkey shit. By itself, it's probably just going to be some monkey shit. Without a Cujo connection, it's probably just going to be some monkey shit. Whatever. Sex is a reward and an entertainment. It's not a reward or an entertainment. No. Sex is a reward for people who have never had sex before. Being that I'm the male in this sexual scenario, it's a burden. It's a responsibility. And it's more responsibility on me having sex with somebody than it is on the woman letting me have sex with her. You know why? She doesn't have to be good. She carries no burden in being good at all. I do. I have to be long. I have to last long. I have to know how to do all of this stuff. I have to make her reach her orgasm. None of that shit she's required to do. None of it. And I say that from experience, even being married. None of that shit you guys are responsible for. So sex is a burden to me. It's a responsibility. It's just something y'all get to have.
Shit can even make money off of.
Exactly. You can even monetize your shit just for seeing the sex bot. Not even having to fuck anybody. But my hairy bellied ass is not getting paid for just showing off. Not. But the burden of performance is on me. So, no. It's not the relaxation session. It's not. As kids say, we're cooked. Yeah, I'm cooked as fuck. I'm back. I just heard the word sex.
What the hell, Charles?
For everybody looking for trigger words for Charles, sex will get his attention. Sex and Superman. That's 2 S words.
He turns into Panther. It's like saying Thundercats old.
I said it for years. Sex is more predicated upon the man 1,000 times more than the woman. It is. But that goes back to what Kevin said. Women are born with their value. Men have to earn it. Men have to earn being good at sex. Women don't. That's why so many of them think they are good when they actually trash. That's why you can still find somebody old as me who think they pussy is gold. And nobody ever had one like theirs.
Well, they think you the problem.
But never did anything with their shit. Can't even spell Kegel to do an exercise. Can't tell you one book they read on sex, massage techniques, or nothing. Or Charles has pointed this out before. Don't even know how to seduce a man. Don't even know how to do that.
I
Entice
remember.
a man into wanting to have sex with him without showing their fucking body. Don't know how to do that. Like I said, the burden of performance is on the man. Sex is a responsibility for us. It's not just something
Oh,
fun we get to
oh,
have.
that was a conversation I had with a girl back in high school. I was up in the bookstore and we were talking on the phone. I'm like, "What are you doing?" Oh, I'm just looking in the book. What books? I said, "I'm looking at the Karma Sutra." She said, "The Karma Sutra." I said, "She like about sex? All you got to do is just put it in." I was like,
Oh my god!
there's more fucking to it than that." I said, "It's more to it than that, ma'am." I said,
Oh my fucking god! She seriously said that shit to you?
yes, that's what the conversation was. Because she thought I was weird for reading the damn Kama Sutra. I was like, because I was in the bookstore just doing my shit.
I read all kind of stuff, y'all, because reading is fundamental. You see what this says? Sexual reflexology. You see, it's not just more than sexual positions in there, but bookmarks and other stuff that you actually learn. Where's books like this for women? Just the joy of sex?
Yeah.
Just that?
No. It's 50 Shades of Grey, Artisan.
Yeah. Exactly. Now, if I really wanted to expose some shit, I'd tell you about the books on my private Amazon list that got to do with some of this Dom sub shit. Sex is a responsibility for men. It's not fun and games. We don't get to show up and just let it happen. We actually have to know how to do some shit. And a lot of that happens outside of the actual bedroom. You have to learn. So that's why men get further when they cut that shit off and stop worrying about it so much than they do thinking that's the cure all for everything. It's not. It's a door to more headaches. And you have to choose once you get old enough to understand you can have that choice where you're not ruled by hormones as much as you are by your logic. Do I even want to be bothered with that? Or do I choose? Because then you understand that I'm taking on a responsibility and a potential problem.
Fuck with your time, energy, and money.
Time, energy, attention span, money, all of that shit comes into, man, I might just want to fuck this chick this one night. It might not be worth it. You might get more benefit out of just jerking off.
And don't say anything stupid in mid conversation. And I'm gonna really look at your ass strange.
Just saying. It's just a fact. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
Just a fact. Anyway, that's my lecturing on fucking how sex would help me right now. It wouldn't. Could be relaxing for about 30 minutes. But no, it wouldn't.
Then post nut clarity kick in.
Yeah, actually, exactly. Post nut clarity is like, damn, I actually got to talk to this bitch now.
The fuck am I doing? Is the question. I'm like, I really don't like you that much. I think we should just call it square, call it even. Have a nice life. You take care. I take care.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing, Rosie. You say you haven't had sex in years. In 2 years, you're starting to get carpal tunnel. That's because you keep masturbating. You realize that usually there is some of us men, when they don't have sex for a while, they don't masturbate all the time. You realize that not having sex doesn't mean you masturbate all the time. It actually means you're not having sex. You might not even be self-pleasuring yourself. Because that release of that energy is just that release of that energy into somebody else or not. And the loss of that energy means you have to recharge. That slows your fucking thinking down and everything else. I forgot what they call it. It is a school of thought. I'm not saying I go by this shit, but it is a school of thought. Is that you it's not abstaining. I forgot what they call it. But you don't do that shit. So you hold that energy in. You hold that energy in.
Trying to think. I know the name.
Not having sex and you're not jerking off every day. You're not doing it at all. It gives you clarity. Masturbating every day just makes you a nymphomaniac. And tired. Semen retention. Thank you, Andre. Oh, Andre.
Yeah. Yeah. Andre. we got Andre. Got him. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Thank you.
I said, Andre can do it.
Yeah. I didn't even know you was in here, Ninja. Everybody put a ninja in the chat for Andre. Jumped out the bushes. Retention.
Retention. Hit him with the receipt.
I ain't messing with you, make believe. Good to see you. But you 30, you understand. You threw in. You 30 something years old. You already know what semen retention is. You having enough problems with your dick, ain't you? I'm thinking about that. Just got here. I was on the phone. Yeah, whatever, man. Like, whatever. Salute to you. Salute to you. Whatever, bro. It's okay.
We understand what the phone is code for, but okay, we got you.
Yeah, we got you. But Andre could attest to this shit. It's like the shit that you have with baby mama, is it because you got a baby or because you fucked her? The daughter part is cool as shit, right?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
What came out of is the issue. That sex part is the issue.
Oh, that's my
back. Y'all didn't have them problems when you wasn't fucking each other.
That's my older cousins.
Switch turned. Yeah, got real fucked up.
That's my older cousin problem from Cali out there. Yeah, ain't the problem that he had a kid. It's the fact that had the kid, he don't want her. She still want him. So she causing all kind of hell and problems for him.
My coworker, he has his son. His son is 13 or something like that right now. And he was telling me about this issue he was having last year when the boy, I think he some kind of graduation or some shit like that. I don't know. But the mama is kind of a drug addict and got an ain't shit boyfriend. He was an alcoholic and shit. And she wanted to come to this boy's party. Yeah. My coworker raises his son in his house with him. He didn't want his ass there. These white folks, mind you. He didn't want her ass there at all. I'm like, look, it's his mama. She got kind of a right to be there. He said, oh, I just want to be around. I said, well, you shouldn't have fucked her. That's it. You gave her the greatest gift. Having your child or being able to have a child. You gave her the greatest gift. And now this crazy drug addict bitch is his mama. That's what you're going to be dealing with now. For fucking her. We do it to ourselves. 2 words that start with D. Dick is one of them. Discriminating is another one. You do need to be discriminating.
Mm-hmm. That was funny story with me and my sensei's son when we used to co-teach the classes together back in the day. And it was funny because he smashed one of the girls that was working with us, and she went crazy. Like I remember she would get off like 2 hours before we did because we would stay back and we would have to either do some additional training and stuff. Mm-hmm. And we leaving about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And we look up behind. I said, bro, is that bitch following us? He looked in his rear view and he said, yes. And it was funny because My sister that he knew. He just knew. He said because he told me they had that conversation. He asked her fun. He said, "You fucked it." He fucked it, didn't he? He was like, "Yeah." He said, "See what happens when you stick your dick in crazy? You get problems."
Look, I told y'all I stopped. I tried to stop calling my crazy ex for a reason because it's partially or majority of my fault. And she told me that shit. Went too deep. I joked with BGS about it. He said, "Yeah, you did go too deep." Like, so I had to stop I tried to stop calling her that, even though the name sticks, because you guys know her as that. But that's the only way to describe it. She was fucking crazy. But she told me that shit herself. You did it to me. You shouldn't have did that. Like,
well, you knocked the bottom out. The bottom.
just me and me, man.
Jesus Christ.
Going too deep. Now I understand. I understand what it means to go too deep. Now, it doesn't mean that she wasn't already kind of crazy. She was. But you understand you can force shit into cracks that completely break it open. You understand that, right?
Yeah. You hit the button.
Even water in a crack in a dam will make that dam fail completely. You put enough water in there, it will fail completely. Well, that's all it is. She was always crazy. Just kind of broke that shit open. That's my bad. It's kind of my fault because I put my dick in her. She was already what she was. I just made it worse to where, oh, to me, she's my crazy ex. To somebody else, they call her wife. I'm on better terms with my baby mama now since she had another kid and pretends to understand the value of money. Yeah, because that other kid gave her some focus off of you now.
She's just giving the next nigga a hard time. That's all.
Exactly. Look, man, why are me and Black Bang cool? Why are me and Black Bang cool? I told you, Black Bang is my son's stepfather. That means the chick that I had my son by, he actually married her and is divorced from her. We cool as shit. You know who we feel sorry for? That nigga that got that other baby by her. Because Black Bang ain't had no baby by her. He was just married to her. So he got to see the shit up close and personal. Closer than I wanted to be. We understand each other. You understand? I couldn't warn him away. Why? Because that motherfucker getting with her let me escape. Took her focus off of me. And when he got away from her, she saw her focus shifted again, and he was relieved. We understand each other. His joke is we just waiting for this next dude to pull up a seat next to the two of us. We already know what's going to happen.
Look, you also my sensei, same story. His oldest two daughters, baby crazy baby mama, Cuban chick. He said he had a situation with the next dude that came. He said, "Look, she's crazy. She gonna do not listen to her and get you to fight." He said, so it was funny. So when the second dude, and then he said he pulled up a chair. He said, "Go ahead and pull up." The third dude came through. He said, "Go ahead and pull up a chair next to us. Welcome to crazy. This is the shit we had to deal with."
Thought you would escape. He said, I was pulling for you. I thought you would escape, but you know, couldn't reach escape velocity. You in it now.
Because he said she had an issue with, drugs and alcohol. He said, and I just what made him leave. He said, I realized I wasn't gonna break her from that, and she just had an issue with me trying to tell her what to do. So I had to fucking leave. He said I didn't want to because I had two daughters with her and everything, but he gonna have the best life advice for me about that shit.
Save yourself, come back for the kids. Come back with reinforcements for the kids. Gotta save yourself first.
Yeah, he had to fight up for custody later on, so.
Oh, it was gonna be a fight regardless. You was gonna be fighting for something. Your life or custody. Look, that was the joke. That was the joke that we made. We just waiting for the other nigga to pull up next to us. Yeah, we save him a seat. That's all it is. Her focus shifted off of you, Andre. She got bigger things to worry about now, which is trying to get this other motherfucker to heal. The other dude that decided to shoot up the club and didn't know the situation that the hell she was already giving you. But now he get to deal with it.
Yeah.
Round two.
And then she's gonna try to break his ass.
She's gonna try to break his ass. You got off the skillet. You got off the burner so she could put somebody else on that bitch.
And then, depending on what type of dude he is, you probably can't even talk to him and have that conversation. Hey, look, dude, watch out.
Mm-hmm. Now, those that know. He said, "Yep, I have more access to my kid now." Yeah, because you want to try to rope your ass in to help her with both them motherfuckers. If you more stable than that dude, she's gonna look. I had a lot more access to my son and his sister after his mama had another kid. Yeah. Watch yourself. Don't be playing too nice, nigga. Don't be playing too nice. Don't forget. Don't make the mistake of thinking this is somebody different. It's not. It's the same woman after the same means. It's a survival instinct. She's going to try to rope you closer.
Look, Andre, you watch enough of this nerd geek shit, you should know how this shit operate.
This ain't even nerd geek shit. This is just grown man shit.
Mm-hmm.
Watch yourself. Keep that shit on strictly about your daughter shit. Don't be tripping up over there when she start flirting with you. Don't be playing into that shit. You will find yourself fucked in two ways. And she got another kid too. Watch yourself. Do not let your guard down thinking, oh, she's just cool now. She is not just cool now, nigga. The Venus flytrap is open. They're just trying to get you a little closer back into that bitch because you're going to be the winning ticket. You're going to be the golden ticket. Make no mistake about it. My son's mother did not try to have her little wares try to flirt with me a couple times. I was not receptive to that shit. No fucking way. I ain't been receptive to that shit since the time I finally got up and we was fucking around. I was like, I got a kid laying over here with her right now. She want to do the same dumb shit again. You know what? Nah, man. Nah, I'm putting my shit on. I'm zipping my pants. I'm getting the fuck out of here. This ain't even smart. Don't fall for it. Never forget. You can forgive if you want to. Don't forget. Do not forget that shit. Do not forget them feelings that motherfucker was doing to make you feel the way you was fucking feeling. So bad, in fact, that you had to come online to strange men that don't even know you to try to get your head right about that shit. Do not forget that shit. Do not. That is the same person.
Yes, please don't.
Is she got another kid? She's in a worse situation, which means she's going to be a little bit more sneaky. That's it. Look at Malika. He in there. Exactly. That is still
you are not the
prey, nigga.
You are not the first dude that I know that women have tried to destroy you and try to be cool with you on the back end just to get something out of you. You're not the first dude. Even the dudes in my own family currently going through the shit. I gotta constantly talk to these motherfuckers. I'm like, do you realize what's happening here? Like, what's going on? Like, I see the game that's being played. I don't want to have to come pick your ass up from jail because you done fucked around and actually killed this bitch like you've been said you was gonna do.
Andre. She don't need no more of your attention, dude. She's had it. Y'all don't need to front about talking about no kind of way getting together because she's in a worse situation now. No, bro. That is not the move. I would more rather you moved on to another bitch and got her pregnant than fucking around with your baby mama who just had another kid. That is a recipe for a dum-dum mission. To have your ass fucked over, taking care of not just your kid, somebody else's kid too. Are you fucking stupid? And I'm not calling you stupid. I'm asking you, do you feel fucking stupid? That none of the shit that just happened to you before this baby popped up ever happened. My fucking head is hurting again. No, bro. That is not what you go back to. No. Your dick should crawl up inside of you every time you're close to her. Because you have to put it into your mind that way. Think of it like a metal bear trap. Don't make you get all tingly down there, does it? No. That's how you have to think about that shit. I love to talk to the dude and warn him. Don't warn the dude. You can't. I wanted to tell Black Bane the same thing, but I couldn't. He has to have his own experience with her. Because if I went up there and tried to warn him off about her, it makes it seem like I want her. I don't want her. So he had to see for himself how she was. And he did. He saw it up close and personal how she was with me. He saw it. And by the time he was divorced from her, we could have that conversation. Not that I brought it up, he did. But that goes to the type of man that he was, not her. She still talk nothing about that shit. And she don't like that me and him talk. Why?
It's kind of,
Because we're comparing notes, nigga, just like online. They never like you comparing notes because you can see the bullshit they really clearly.
hence the red pill hate.
Hence the red pill hate. Because
kind of what
you can see the same bullshit. Like, yeah, she did that said that same shit. Yeah, well, now you know these bitches lie.
And in that same vein, one of the things we often used to say is you can't really talk about the red pill with guys is because they have to experience it for themselves, unfortunately, to see what we see. They won't agree with us until the shit happens to them. And then when they get burned, then it's like, now you see what we over here huddled up, swapping notes, drinking whatever drink we drinking and smoking on cigars, laughing and shooting the shit.
There's two types of experiences you learn from. You learn from the experience of watch it happen to somebody else. Or you learn from personal experience of having it happen to you. One of them is really crystallized for you. Really crystallized for you. And it's when it happens to you. The other way, some people will always say, well, it won't happen to me. You too, nigga.
Boy,
you too.
Yo, what's gonna happen?
You too.
Your number ain't been clocked yet. Your card ain't been punched.
Dealing with the same type of people? You too. Shut up. It's like the concept they say about people that ride motorcycles. There's two types of people that ride motorcycles. People who have laid it down and people who haven't laid it down yet. But eventually, you're going to lay that motherfucking motorcycle down. Meaning, you're going to slide out on that bitch and fall. You're going to have a fall on the motorcycle sooner or later. It's statistically possible. There is nobody riding who has never laid it down. Anybody riding who hasn't just ain't did it yet. It will happen. Fuck around, you'll find out. And it ain't pretty when you find out. She definitely tried to flirt with me when I left her the first time and added another woman, but I refused her. Well, keep refusing. Like I tell women a lot of time, if a man keep hitting on you after you told him no, your no wasn't strong enough. He didn't believe you. Same thing with the woman. Water on a rock. If you keep showing a little bit of acceptance or resonance with that shit, she gonna keep trying. If she understand that you was no way in hell going back there, she'll stop. Because women don't like expending no effort. In that sense, they're lazy as fuck. And you can count on that. You can rely on that. If it's too difficult, they'll stop. They're not the hard chargers. Especially if you're not receptive to those advances, they'll stop. They don't like putting themselves out there like that. You're just supposed to respond when I throw it out there.
Mm-hmm. Rejection is not their biggest strong suit.
They're not men. Men will take a rejection and walk right to the next bitch and do it all over again. Get rejected a third time, go to the next bitch and try it all over again. Women won't even get that first rejection. And if they do get the first rejection, they ain't going for the second one. Fuck you. She won't embarrass herself like that. And he won't be there last either. No, he won't be. Funny thing about bad chicks, how many husbands has Jennifer Lopez had? And you think she's a catch? Or is she just pretty? And mind you, she had a husband before she was ever famous.
Yep. People forget about that dude.
Yeah. Same way she forgot about him. She has another kid out of wedlock after you prove she's reckless and stupid. Yes. Not talking shit, but son's mother, third child out of wedlock. After the last one hit 21. Reckless, stupid, or planned. Unintelligent design. Nah, I moved across the country partially because of her. Exactly. You need to be remembering this shit. There ain't no pussy a woman like that could offer me. Even if she brought another chick, I wouldn't want to fuck the other chick because she brought her to me. Like, nope, you taint it. Taint it. If you know anything about women
with the other chick.
Yeah. If you know anything about women who will engage sexually with another woman in you, they have to like each other. They have to be on the same page with each other. Which means if you ain't on the page with your baby mama, you don't want to be fucking no chick she brought you. Because she on the same page with her. Not you, nigga.
They didn't slash each other before 9 times out of 10. They did this shit before.
They game to get you in a whole rig up.
I smell a setup coming.
Get a new woman and say you get married. See how that fucking man. You in for a ride, yeah. I'm getting married, and yeah, baby girl, this is gonna be her new mama. Nigga, you will be persona non grata all over again. It will be a second level of hell that you found. Like, holy shit, I thought I hit the bottom. This shit goes deeper. Yes.
You're gonna see the terrible mother archetype play itself out.
People call it on you. You did something to my baby over there. Oh, bitch. Andre, teach your daughter's mother is a long handled spoon. Remember to say to protect your peace. Yep. It happening to you is more potent. You're right, Lana. It is. Because that's the lesson that you can't forget. You can't forget when it happens to you. You can pass it off that it wouldn't be you when you just listening to other people's stories. When that shit happened to you, you can no longer do that shit. You want everybody to understand that it actually happens. Real. Bigfoot is fucking real. How do you know? Because the motherfucker stomped on me.
I just hate it when it happens to dudes when they older, like as opposed to them being young.
I feel more sad about the younger guys because they don't know better. And we've been trained in this culture so much not to listen to older men, usually by women, that they turn away from that knowledge and then they get ground up by the shit. They're like, why didn't y'all tell me? You was listening to your mama, nigga. We did tell you. We were the guys that your mother told you was crazy. Don't listen to him. That dude crazy. No, we right. And that's what they don't like about that shit.
Yeah. I guess it's because in my situation, my mom, even though my mom was a single mom, my mom put me around men. She didn't play that bullshit. Like, nah, you gonna go hang out with them and go do this with the men. And you all that little girl shit, all that crying and whining and stuff. Even though she had her own problems, I still had my grandfather and my uncles that she would often go put them, because that's one thing I would appreciate her for doing. She never taught me not to take a man's advice. She always would go, especially when I got older and into my teenage years. She would go get the advice of a man to help figure out the problems.
Well, you had a more self-aware mother. Awesome. That's why you are the man that you are. A lot of people ain't that blessed.
Yeah.
I mean, you think of the age, your mom is probably a Gen Xer, or
Yeah, she is.
Okay, she's either a Gen Xer or late boomer, right?
Yeah.
Got lucky. I told you, the Gen X population, part of us is responsible for these fucked up millennials and Zs. Some of us are. Not all of us. Some of us are. Some of this whole shit is Gen X shit. So you can get some good ones. That's why, if you want to look at it in this generational sense, this is why you fall outside of the norm in your age group. Because in your generational group, because your mother fell outside of it in hers. She was one of the decent ones. That's why. So you have your offshoots outside of that screwed up group. I always told my son, women ain't shit. Did you show them how they weren't shit?
What, Doc? You went against the narrative, Dr. Rosie? Because nowadays, that's blasphemy.
Yeah, my mother would say that too, that women ain't about nothing. I always told you women ain't nothing. No, you say that after the fact, after you helped them do fucked up shit to me. Or co-sign them doing it. Just because, well, that was the shit that should have happened with me. I'm not my dad. I'm just saying. I ain't shit. Well, at least you know. So don't be expected to be treated like shit. Like you are. I ain't shit. I got some ain't shit ways. I do. Part of my upbringing. I have some ain't shit ways. I think I am shit. I am about something. But I have my own demons that I have to deal with. And I deal with them. I don't subject them to anybody else. And just because I'm humble in that shit don't mean that anybody else can tell me I ain't shit. Fuck you. I might be the most shit you would ever meet. Just saying. And I don't have to have an ego like Charles to say that shit. It's just a fact, nigga. And tell somebody else before, I might not be the best, but I'm the best you'll ever meet. Yeah. Because you ain't good enough to meet somebody else higher than me. You're not.
I'm a rock star to somebody.
Exactly. So be happy with the fuck you got, dude. God bless you.
Yeah.
I might not be there for the full ride, but you got enough of it. And I'm not just being an egomaniac about that shit or anything like that. It's just understanding your own sense of value. Yes, I have ain't shit ways, but that don't mean I'm totally bad and written off like that. It doesn't. I'm more good than bad. More Paragon than Renegade. But I do got my Renegade side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that motherfucker do like to play. Sometimes you gotta go Renegade on bitches.
Fight on a fireball, and it's over.
Yeah. Maybe I heal you. Maybe I burn it to the ground. You never know. Depends on what might be good. I'm not all bad. Can't be all bad. You actually got a doctorate. I mean, you can actually focus on something and consistently do it.
And it's a doctor and some shit that actually means something.
Yeah,
Not an
you
underwater
have to use your
basketball.
mind for. Yeah, you have to use your mind for. It's not necessarily STEM, but you still got to use your brains for it. You got to have some brains to do it. So, yeah, I give you a lot of credit for that shit. So I don't shit on accomplishments and education. Anyway, it's 5 hours in. We talked about some serious shit at the tail end of this. I didn't go into Gen V because I want to finish watching this other episode, and I will put out my watch and review on Patreon for that, and I'll try to get the actual review up on YouTube within this next week because I still got some Peacemaker videos that are already recorded. I just have not put them out on YouTube, so I have to go ahead and shit them out. I gave you the last one, so that was there. I gave you the first one up to 3, so it's just the middle section of crap that I have to throw out there. So get those out there and get the Gen Vs out there. Gen V is kind of easy because the first video, the review for Gen V is of the first 4 episodes because I was catching up. So it's the first 4 episodes, episode 5, episode 6, and then episode, I think it's 7 that's out now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7 is out now. I'm almost done with that one, but I got to go back and record it. So there should be videos coming out, hopefully, every day for you guys. So you get some content from me, some pre-recordeds every day, just because they backed up. I want some of this shit off my servers. I don't need my grids filled up with this shit. So I'll get that out to you guys. But it's always up on Patreon first. The whole thing unedited. Yawning, burping, cussing my ass off like, what the fuck is this dumbass shit? Even review, it's always up there without the bells and whistles and stuff like that. So you can always see it there. There should be a link. Yeah, there's a link in the damn description for the Patreon stuff. Said episode 7 was pretty good though. Gen V took a turn. I was worried about it. The last couple of episodes have been decent. Even what I was seeing on this one was looking decent. But I didn't see you in here, so I didn't think anybody was going to ask me about it because, like I started off the stream saying, black folks are always the late adopters. You're always behind. You never keep it up with shit. You're always after the fact. So it makes the conversation a little bit harder because everybody is not up to the same level at the same time. What up, FD Steven? Drop something on my page. He must be complaining about me. Oh no, it's this Tron review. So FD Steven left a comment on my Tron Ares review. He's like, so sad to hear this from you. I will still watch it, but I won't pay. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, don't waste your money, Steve. Don't waste your money. Do not waste your money. You can let your daughter watch it because it's definitely kid friendly because it's stupid. So nothing will assault her senses anyway because it's dumb. She'll be fine. She's not dumb. I'm just saying that nothing will hurt her. It is very Nerf. It's very foam soft. It will not hurt her at all. Oh, I forgot I put this Killing Time video up there. Side note, Beastly, if you watch the new Killing Time video, I do end up flipping into Summer Gooner where Punisher wetting these motherfuckers up, and you see their characters kind of get stuck. They looking like the fuck, and I'm out there with the super soaker shooting their ass.
That's what it's making.
It was kind of funny, dude. They was kind of stuck for me. Like, the fuck?
Punisher and the speed, because ain't that many people wearing it.
No. I had his ass out there, flip flops and codpiece and everything.
And you saw that they dropping that PvE mode fucking zombie shit. I was like,
I don't like
fuck. I want a PvE mode, but goddamn, does it have to be fucking zombies?
I don't want a PvE mode. I can have one game that don't have a PvE mode. I would like to kill some of these motherfuckers that I play with and kill metaphorically on the game. Right. Derezed, whatever the fuck, just because they irritate me. But that's more of I want friendly fire enabled as opposed to a PvE mode. So, but whatever. Somebody want to run around and talk about how the best they are, which means it's the PvE mode is just going to make the quick play mode shittier. That's all it's going to be, because now you have that mentality coming into the game all the time. Oh, nigga, see me in PvE.
No, I'm going by myself. You can do that shit solo. They say you can do it solo. I'm like, fuck it. I'm not playing with nobody.
It's like, I got to. How long have I been playing? Well, how long have y'all known I've been playing the Division 2? You know, I've been in the dark zone a total of probably 3 times. I'm not interested in that shit. I'm not. It is not the main point of me getting in there to play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem killing computer-generated characters. I'm not getting in there to play against other people, killing other people. I don't need to be desensitized like that.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in it. Oh, you're going to lose all your shit if they take you out. Fuck you. I spent too much time finding this. I'm not gambling that. No, fuck you. Fuck you. No. There's some motherfuckers don't even play the story mode. Just play in the dark zone. I'm not interested.
No.
It doesn't interest me at all. It really does.
Some Grand Theft Auto shit.
It does.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto in its own way would be interesting in that sense, because everybody is just pretty much a regular human, right? More or less. Rivals, these are superhuman. These are superhuman beings. The scales don't even match. Somebody should always be winning and somebody should always be fucking losing. No, not interested. The Dark Zone. Oh, well, these people that's been playing the shit since, inception will have the best weapons. Which means I'm going to lose. I don't know who the fuck you are. Somebody got my number. And that's a phishing attempt. So no, I'm not interested. I probably won't be playing that shit at all. I'll look at it, do it, just so I'm not completely ignorant of it. But I don't see myself having a good time playing it. I'm having a time quick play.
I'll probably play it, but it's fucking zombies, so I won't be playing it that long. I'll wait till they put fucking sentinels. I'd rather fight some sentinels. Fuck zombies.
Yeah. Charles, Division 2 is still Black Pill. You'd probably get into it because it deals with elements of the government that were out there to maintain order, just turning it into their own fucking dictators. Trying to. Different factions of people popping up and shit like that with their own ideologies. It gets brutal. The people there that's meant to maintain order, to keep the society together, is the ones that get turned on and shit. Bro, you just out there killing people. They all CG people, but it's just people in the real world. I heard that's why that game kind of got not as much shine, because it deals with a virus outbreak, and that was before COVID. But you see what's happening in it? Yeah, I can see it happening that way. Our political system and shit. Yeah, I can see it happening that way. Rough. So I don't have a problem being a dude out there, Lone Ranger and that shit, trying to bring back order from this chaos. And I use my light machine guns and shit to do it. Yeah, well, whatever. They shot first. Shot first. They computer generated characters. They fucking NPCs. They kind of smart. Fuck them. And I can die. I do. Sometimes. In the beginning, I died a lot because all you can do is run. It's not no stand up and be the damn Rambo or that shit. No, you need to be your ass behind some cover. You need to get behind cover. You need to use cover. You will get chopped the fuck up. You will. If you're not using cover, you being stupid. It's a video game, but it's supposed to be like real life. Get your ass behind some cover. And that mailbox ain't doing it.
We see you.
We see you. That shit will go through. You'll be fucked off. You better keep it moving. Yeah, Iraq all over again. Yeah, it might be post-traumatic for you playing that shit. Because it's just in American cities. Washington, D.C., New York. It's places that you probably have been before. Not okay. Not okay. Could be trauma inducing. Anyway, Beasley, you got some final thoughts so I can get out of here, get me some Mexican food breakfast, and I don't think I'm playing Pokemon today. I got my Rayquaza yesterday.
New shit needs to be made, and it's not going to be done by these damn pre-established companies. So people got to kind of start working on these stuff. Even with myself going back into what I need to be working on my damn self, and so thinking about where I want to go as far as actually now constructing the story, because I got where I needed to do. So it's like, all right, now it's time to put it together, put the pieces of the puzzles where they fit.
Yeah, start writing the story. And please don't do no patchwork shit like these motherfuckers in these companies are doing right now. Just make your feet all together. Organic ideas.
I have a direction of where I wanted to freaking go with each character on an individual standpoint, and as far as the regrouping stuff, I have a mindset of where I want to go. I ain't putting no discombobulated bullshit the way these guys, because these cats don't know how to actually tell a damn cohesive story.
No, they don't. See. Black Dragon Clan, baby. Now that's a geek joke on two different levels. Because one, this is Pokemon.
Yep.
I called it the Black Dragon Clan, which is another level, which goes into anime. If you called it, just saying, geek of many stripes, nigga. And if you don't
also apply that to Mortal Kombat with the Black Dragons, even
it would be Escaflowne. It would be Escaflowne.
Yeah.
Falcon Stratago was a Black Dragon Land.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I spent my time doing yesterday because, we had an event and I was out there with my peoples on that Pokemon Go life, baby. And I got my black Mega Rayquaza. I was happy. Out there walking around in that park for 3 hours, nigga. This is the kind of stuff I like that I don't have to explain having a girlfriend.
Why are you walking around the park for hours?
You did think you walked out there for 3 hours? No, I didn't walk the whole time. Sometimes I sat. So fucking what? It was a beautiful fucking day. I had the sunlight shining on me, looking up at what I can't see, which is 3-Eye Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
And getting my steps in, walking around the park, playing my game, enjoying it with other people, enjoying the same shit.
Incubated a couple of eggs, got some new Pokemon,
I had some more
candies.
One of them was actually good, and I filled up my box with a bunch of fucking dragons, which I actually like. And I like the Asian style dragons. But I hadn't had a shiny one that was black, which I really wanted because I always liked the black dragons. So I got me an Asian style black dragon, nigga, and it looked awesome when this mega evolved. That shit look cool as shit. Even when I'm walking around the map and that motherfucker flying through the sky like that, like Falcor. Holy shit. This looks like Spirited Away. I'm happy. I was happy. No sex required. Then I went and shot pool. No sex required. It's a pretty fulfilling day. Had me a cheeseburger, some chocolate cream pie, and some bourbon whiskey, and watched the rest of Ad Astor. I had a good fucking day.
Oh yeah, that's a great fucking day.
No sex required, bro. So I'm just saying.
Some women want to understand. You did nothing. Yes. Sometimes I want to fucking do nothing.
I did something.
Yeah.
I did nothing that required me spending a shitload of money on some chick, but yeah, I did something.
Yeah.
Seen by other people's standards, but stuff that was all gratifying to me. And I didn't have a headache. No stress, no drama.
I went to a movie by myself. Like, why? I'm like, because I fucking want to. Why is always the damn question?
Because I can. Oh, I couldn't go to a movie by myself. I know, because you need fucking attention. I don't. I exist without attention. It's not my life.
Cool. I get a gourmet popcorn. I ain't got to fucking share with nobody either.
I can share popcorn, but look, man, I watched the movie and then I could ask the questions I wanted to ask, and I had somebody talking through the shit, which I don't like. I didn't have to explain it to anybody, which I also don't necessarily care for. I can do it. I just don't necessarily care for it when I'm trying to listen to the goddamn dialogue.
Mm-hmm. What's happening? I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out.
There's benefits and drawbacks. I'm just saying. So appreciate you, Beastly, for coming through today.
Alrighty.
Andre, be smart. To make me start worrying about you again, bro. Need to sleep at night. Give me the. Is he okay? Is Andre okay? Anyway, if you were paying attention to this stream for the last 5 hours and some change, I've been Artisan MC. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. until I feel like stopping, where we will talk about life, geekdom, and everything in between. In the vein of it being October, watch a good horror movie. Watch an old horror movie, I should say. Amazon Prime right now has a bunch of old horror movies on. A couple that hit my list that I am going to go back and watch. One is The Nightbreed, because I haven't seen that in a while. I just want to laugh at how stupid the costumes look. Second one is The Howling, the original Howling. All right? Werewolves and shit. The other one is Cat People, which I haven't seen in forever. That might have came out in 1980 exactly. Right? Late 70s, 80-ish. Go back and check out some of those old horror movies and see why they were not horrible, but scary for their day. They must have been good because they keep trying to remake these motherfuckers. And since Beastly brought up the Crazy Chimp movie, go back and watch Cujo. Go back and watch the original Cujo. Could be fun for you. Other than that, have a good week with this geekdom stuff. Take in something that's better than what you're seeing, because Gen V is still interested in this, still working on more interesting ideas and intrigue. But Peacemaker was shit. Tron was also shit. And more interesting things have happened with 3i Atlas. No, I didn't go into it today. We kind of skirted around it. Yes, because I want you to do your own fucking research. Experience some of this shit. I know one person so far who, because of me talking about the shit, went back and started updating themselves on this. One person. All I can do is turn on the lights. That's it. RIP to some people that passed within the last week or two. Diane Keaton, who was a good actress that I liked in a couple of movies that I saw her in. And D'Angelo, in my mind, a Prince protege, passed from a cancer at 51. I had heard about it, and then Malika mentioned it to me. I got a text from Malika telling me about it, and it was right after I had heard about it. I was like, yeah, I heard. And I told Malika, like, man, that 50 block is not looking good. And he's like, no. Because everybody between 50 and 60 is dropping off way too soon. I told y'all, getting close to 50, I was kind of nervous of stepping onto that 50 block. It seemed like somebody up there bowling and just taking us out. 51? Too young, man. That's way too young for a legit artiste. So I didn't play no songs and stuff like that for him because I don't know. My relationship with D'Angelo is a little different. I have a friend in my life that I've never had sex with that I wanted to marry at one point. And I call her Lady. And the reason I call her Lady is because of D'Angelo. That has been her name for over 20 years. That's just what I call her. I never call her by her name. I always call her Lady. Because that's who she is to me. That's what I heard in my head the first time I saw her. So I didn't delve into the D'Angelo story to find out all the ins and outs of what was going on, but there's a lot of close passings around. So I'm not that interested in focusing on that shit right now. So there's no disrespect to his family or anybody grieving him, but that was not where my mind was right now. So while I do miss his passing, I know there's not shit I can do about it. He's gone. All I can do is appreciate the music that he made and thankful that he was able to leave his mark on the world where his music will be remembered. That's all we can hope for, especially as black men. So with that cheery note, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for showing up today. Shout out to Malika Me Bain, Swift Battle, and the 2 Trev for supporting the stream. It was only 3 of you, but it is what the hell it is. I will see you guys next week, and look out for the videos that I will post. The pre-recordeds I will post from Peacemaker and Genevieve. And I will see you next time. Peace.